the hearing, and I think, Cassie, are we streaming? Yeah, thank you. Obviously, this is an incredibly important day for us to hear directly from the RTOs, to hear directly from the generation companies, and to hear from all the providers that will be before us today, making sure that Indiana and Hoosiers are served, that the obligation to serve by our utilities is fulfilled with their meeting peak load plus ample reserve margins coming up this summer. I've got one housekeeping thing. I don't think this is triple top secret, but for those of you who will be with us during the course of the day, restrooms are just across the hallway, and the bathroom code is 0225. So the facilities are available. We will have breaks during the course of the day as well. I also wanted to introduce Councilor Fine and Chief of Staff Anthony Swinger. During the course of the day, the bench may be asking questions, so from the commissioners, but the consumer counselor obviously has an important and incredible statutory role, and we always invite the consumer counselor's office to ask questions as well. So Bill, at any point in time you can chime in. Just to remind folks, we are streaming, so make sure that your microphone is on, and because of the proximity issue, make sure that the mic is real close to your mouth as well. That is the only way the folks in the streaming community can actually hear you, so make sure that we do that. And with that, we've got technical staff over on this side too, and technical staff at the back of the room. It's possible that they may have questions as well. We'll try to flag them and get them close to a mic if there is a direct question. With that, I think MISO is first up, and Bob Koosman, are you starting the presentation this morning?
I'm going to start, but turn it over if that's okay with you.
Yeah, it's absolutely okay.
Good morning, Bob Koosman, Executive Director for the Central Region from MISO. I'm going to start this off, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mason here in a second, and all the hard questions obviously go to Mason. But first, not take the opportunity to thank the chairman for his work on the FERC-NARUC work. A couple weeks ago, had a good hearing, and then obviously I would thank Commissioner Freeman for all her hard work at OMS and leading the advisory committee at MISO, which should be interesting here in the next couple of weeks.
Bob, thank you for the thanks too. And I should have mentioned this on the front end. You probably are aware of this too, but Commissioner Valletta and I are going to be appearing before FERC first week of June on their resource adequacy technical conference. Commissioner Valletta is going to be talking about the PJM Interconnect, and I'm going to be talking about the MISO. So this is an incredibly important topic of ongoing discussion, and big things are happening with that regional connection too, whether it's on ERIS or speeding up the queue process in PJM. So anything that you want to say beyond summer reliability today would be welcome as well.
I will do that, and also you'll be joined, I think, with Commissioner Skrmetta and also Chair Scott from Illinois. So, and joined by Todd Ramey from MISO on that panel. So looking forward to that coming up. I know testimony was turned in last week, and go from there. But I would also be remiss if I don't thank the staff behind me and the staff to my right. What they do not only for the commission, but what they do to help MISO in the stakeholder process does not go unnoticed. So I wanted to thank them for that. We'll go ahead and get started on the summer preparedness. Mason's going ahead and lead you through that. I'm going to talk a little bit about our PRA, and then I will also reserve a little time to talk about ERIS for a few minutes, and then be happy to open for questions after that. So turn it over to Mason.
Good morning, Mason Bleem with MISO. I'm the Regional Director of the Central Region, reporting up to Bob. Thank you for the opportunity here today to talk through our summer preparedness, readiness from the MISO perspective, to give an outlook of what we see for these coming summer months. Next slide. So this summer, the forecast is projected to be hotter than normal with drier conditions over much of the MISO region. The combination of both heat and dryness could exacerbate drought, which could increase the strain on the grid. Drought conditions in Manitoba, Canada have improved compared to last year, and we're going to keep closely monitoring that situation across our wider regional footprint. Some of our seasonal indicators and historical years suggest that near to slightly above temperatures are likely. Precipitation is expected to remain near normal, with the South and Gulf Coast regions potentially seeing slightly above average rainfall. We're also monitoring this year's hurricane season, which begins June through November and is expected to be slightly above normal based on 10 to 30-year averages. The number of storms doesn't reflect the potential impact, though, but just one storm can make a significant challenge for our grid operations. Next slide. So this slide, I wanted to present to the commission. With growing solar and projected normal to above normal wind generation, renewables continue to contribute a significant percentage of the total generation portfolio relative to previous years. Last summer, MISO had around 6 gigawatts of in-service solar, and this summer we will more than double that to 15 gigawatts. When the sky is clear, MISO will experience significant solar ramps during sunrise and sunset. This will shift the net load peak to after-peak load hours, requiring careful management by our operators. Of course, we work continuously to update our market products and operation processes as solar grows. And one example of this is our uncertainty management model and dynamic reserves, which will be used to reliably operate the grid this summer, helping to produce more efficient market outcomes. We continue to leverage lessons learned from previous summers to aid in maintaining reliability this summer. Next slide. On this slide here, this is our system-wide accredited capacity compared to demand submitted by our LSEs, our load-serving entities. Probable summer peak forecast is around 123 gigawatts with about 138 gigawatts of projected total available generation. MISO cleared around 124 gigawatts of generation capacity and 13 gigawatts of load modifying resources, which will cover both our probable and high demand scenarios. LMRs will have to be used to meet a non-coincident peak forecast in July or August. Total offers decrease approximately 3 gigawatts from summer 24 to summer 25. This was due to new capacity not keeping pace with a net decrease in accreditation, suspensions, retirements, and external resources.
Mason, I'm sorry to interrupt. So, okay, if the projected summer peak is 123 and you said the available would be 138, did I get that number correct?
Yeah, correct. With
Okay,
both.
and so percentage-wise, does that break out to about 12% reserve? Okay, thank you.
And if I may, that's if we don't have the higher demand or more outages. That's why we have the play in that scenario.
So with that reserve, MISO is well positioned to handle unplanned transmission-related events for the upcoming summer season. Several studies that we did simulate for those unplanned events on the summer system, the results were used to identify any potential adverse conditions and enable mitigations ahead for our real-time operations. And so just to give some insight into how we do prepare for not only the summer, but we also continue readiness all year round. We do market capacity emergency drills. We have taken on a hurricane action tabletop exercise along with drills that we do with our member utilities, and also interconnection reliability operating limit simulation in case of transmission system emergencies. I do just want to put a plug here as I wrap up for coverage for our summer readiness slides for our MISO app and also our real-time displays on our websites. Especially the app, it does push out great notifications. So if we do go into an emergency event, it will send a push notification to your phone if you're signed up to receive those. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
And if I can go back to a quick slide, and we keep talking about accreditation in solar, and this is a point that I really wanted to make. As we look at solar accreditation, this slide actually draws the impact of why the accreditation from solar is a lot less than predicted. As we add more solar to the system, it pushes that peak to a later time in the day, and when the peak hits, solar will not quite be as relevant as it would be. So that's why the accreditation for solar will not be there during those risk hours as the peak continues to get there. We are going to manage about 15 gigawatts, like Mason said, by July. It could reach 16, depending on how fast things move. So solar has become a significant resource for MISO throughout our footprint.
But during that interim period of time, you have to have other kinds of generation available to meet the peak. So we're talking about a battery, we're talking about peaking gas and other resources, and you feel sufficiently covered.
Yeah. Batteries will play a continuing increasing role, as will some of the gas resources that can turn on, because we are starting to significantly see the duck curve. The ramping up and the ramping down will ease that period, and the ramping products, the ramping market products, the short-term reserve products that we have in our markets will be utilized a lot more as we continue to see solar coming on the system. Just quickly on the PRA, I'm not going to go through all these slides. I included a couple of them in here for staff if they want to really dig into the curves. But I'll just go over some briefings of the PRA. As Mason has said, the PRA results indicate the adequate resources are available across all seasons to maintain reliability during the upcoming planning year. Pressure persists with reduced capacity surpluses across the region and reflected through improved price signals this year's auction. A minor price separation occurred in the fall only due to the binding on the transfer limitations between the north-south subregions. Auction prices are seasonally based. Annualized, the price are $217 a megawatt day for the north and central region, subregion, and $212 for our south subregion. MISO, most of MISO's load-serving entities either self-supply or secure capacity they need before the auction. Those that enter the auction to procure capacity must pay that auction clearing price, and those holding excess capacity sell it at the same clearing price. The demand curve allows for additional capacity to clear beyond 1 in 10 loss of load expectation, or LOLE, based on the values of reliability. In the summer 2025 season, MISO cleared 2.3 gigawatts out of the 2.6 gigawatts offered beyond the 1 in 10 loss of load expectation requirement. MISO met the planning year 25-26 resource adequacy requirements for the 2025 planning year. The results reinforce the need, though, to increase capacity as demand is expected to grow with new large load additions. This slide just basically talks about some of the outcomes. What it matters, I think we now send a clear and stable investment signal across the system, provide transparency value for capacity that exceeds the planning reserve margin, as we just talked about, and reflects sub-regional capacity needs in clearing across all seasons. I'm going to skip these next two slides just to talk about this one a little bit. As we know, a better result another survey will be coming out the 1st of June. That is the OMS first weeks of June, I should say. That would be the OMS MISO survey, which will give us a snapshot look of not only this year going forward, but at the oncoming years. So it will show some significant results, and looking forward to that being released. And we thank OMS for their companionship in working through that. Just to take a look at this slide, new capacity additions did not keep pace with the decreased accreditation, suspension, retirements, and external resources. As you can start from the left, and I'll work your way this way, the 2024 offers, new capacity added, the 5.1 gigs, increased accreditation, and decreased accreditation. Now, I want to be very clear on that. If you notice the decreased accreditation, that is for our thermal resources, and that accreditation method is in effect as we sit here today, compared to what we expect to be in effect for the non-thermal resources in 2028. So those accreditations will have a significant change in 2028. You can see as we continue to go down the chart, suspensions and retirement, and not getting as much external resources, which in this year offer of 2025, we had 137.8 gigawatts offered into the system.
Bob, can I
Yeah,
ask a quick question here?
absolutely.
I'm trying to make it quick. Where are the retirements happening?
They're going across the whole footprint. We're seeing them.
Specifically? Is it happening in Indiana?
All the retirements that I can remember off the top of my head, and I have a few states to remember, what Indiana utilities are doing is retiring and replacing with the same accredited value resources.
A one-for-one transition.
Yes.
So
I think that's correct across the board. Better question for everybody else that's coming in behind me, but I think that's it. We're seeing retirements in other states throughout our footprint.
back to the slide that talked about the most recent auction.
Sure.
Was we were sitting here a year ago this time, were we able to anticipate that summer auction price?
I think throughout the hearing, and I think even at our board meeting, our independent market monitor said there would be adjustment in what we see from a vertical demand curve to what we now refer to as a reliability demand curve or sloped demand curve. What we can anticipate is that MISO has been saying through the OMS survey and other things that summer is becoming very critical, and supply is dwindling, demand is going up, and you get the price of $6.16 or $6.60, $6.50, sorry.
And you mentioned 2028 as being a critical time for, could you go a little bit deeper on
Sure.
that for me? I'm struggling. to
Yeah,
wrap my mind around.
sure. We made part of our attributes that we wanted to do to send the right signals to commissions, to developers, to our utilities, is to have a true value on what that capacity and how it can perform and when it can perform during those risk hours. We made that switch for thermal resources, and that's in place now. We have, FERC has approved the way we accredit solar and batteries, hybrids, and that will go in effect to 2028. And we did that so that utilities, commissioners, and others can make their adjustments to their IRPs, if some states have IRPs, such as this state, and make the needed adjustments so it doesn't hit them, for lack of a better word, upside the head, right? We also, pending at FERC right now, is how we accredit load modifying resources. So we will have all our accreditation in effect to 2028. And accreditation of an asset is a key to make sure you have a very valuable and true capacity auction.
Thank you. Just one quick comment, Mr. Chairman, if you would indulge me. I know this is a reliability forum, but there's affordability that's kind of sitting in the background that we're concerned about as well. So I'm hoping that at some point we maybe have an affordability forum, if you will.
We're hearing that across our footprint, so it's just not you, Commissioner. We understand that. And I think if you start looking at wholesale energy costs, which we're responsible for, those are going down as we continue to see more renewables and we're seeing units perform better across the board. Gas units, everybody's a lot better because of the accreditation.
Thank you.
You've probably seen this slide. This is some of our ongoing challenges, and then on the right side you can see some initiatives. Obviously, accelerating demands for electricity. We're seeing the load growth. The rapid pace of generation retirements are continuing. Loss of accredited capacity and reliability attributes that we just talked about. The intermediate nature of the new resource additions. It just poses different challenges for the men and women that work in our operating center to keep the system up and running 24/7. They perform different. They react different. So as we continue to learn, we're becoming more and more efficient. The men and women that work downstairs in our control center are unbelievable to keep the system going. Delays of new resource additions and more frequent extreme weather, as Mason talked about, potentially during hurricane season. You can see on the right-hand side, those are some of the initiatives that we've completed, and then what we also are doing moving forward, sort of a roadmap of where we're headed in our markets committee and our transmission system. At that point, I'll just touch on ERIS, since it's probably a hot topic. I know at 10:45 or so Friday night when I got the order, and I looked at it and said it's 108 pages, you know, I thought about a bourbon. But I decided that probably wouldn't be a good way to read 108 pages. So we are looking through it. We believe, MISO Legal believes that FERC gave us pretty specific guidance on where we need to head, and we plan to act quickly. We plan to act very quickly on this and move it through the process and get that refiled. I think two things that stand out from the FERC order are caps and a little more oomph, for lack of a better word, from the RERA direction for us, sort of a need. Way we do caps is under discussion, and the little bit of oomph, for lack of a better word, we need to continue to work with our organization of MISO states to figure how that works, because 14 different states or 15 different states all operate differently.
Really, we only care about how you work with Indiana.
Well, I'm sitting here too, so that's all I care about right now is Indiana too, so not a problem. But yes, I'm sure Commissioner Freeman will have her input, and we'll work through this as quickly as possible. So that is our ERIS update. Considering
state-by-state jurisdiction or regions in that cap methodology may be an important thing for you to consider as well. Hey, listen, I got to ask.
Or actually looking at it through resource adequacy zones.
Okay. Let me ask a question that I'm sure that you've anticipated. The NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, has for the last, I think, 2 years identified MISO as a region of increased risk for reliability because of the retirement. Your president and CEO has recently observed that as a complement to MISO, as functioning closer to its reserve margins as a function of affordability. Are you sure, and I think I know what the answer is, but Bob, I appreciate you explaining this as well. Are you sure MISO does not need to price reliability, controllability, dispatchability in its ancillary services market or elsewhere to provide the reliability assurance that is incumbent on the ISO's responsibility to move electrons throughout the footprint and exchange electrons when economically advantageous and necessary?
I think we actually have the markets in place that we have now. We will have to make some adjustments. We know that as we continue to see resources come on. We have, let's just take batteries for an example, and then I'm going to go back and talk about attributes for a second. I think as we see, we have about 100 megawatts of batteries on our system footprint wide. As that grows, we may have to see if there's some sort of ancillary market that we will need. Right now, the batteries would make would be utilized probably in our ramping market that we have now, and the short-term reserve market, which is a 30-minute market, which a peaker or a battery could utilize under those terms. As we continue to see a transformation of resources, both renewables and thermal, we may have to make some adjustments. We are sending, and we believe we are sending the right signals through our accreditation, through the attributes that we need to make this system work together. We also are working on tools inside the control room for the men and women to utilize using AI and other types of stuff to predict the weather and help us guide based on all the non-thermal resources that we have on our system. So as I sit here today, if Zach was sitting here, who's head of market design, he thinks I think we're in a pretty good shape right now, but we never, as you know at MISO, we never tend to stand still. As we get more resources and need to develop different markets, we will do so, and it will probably be in the ancillary side of things.
Bill, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Any questions from the consumer counselor perspective?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, and
Oh, go ahead.
that goes back to your affordability, what our CEO, Mr. Bear, said. Efficiency is good because those are assets that aren't running or needed to operate the system, which drives the cost down to your consumers. So there is a risk factor there. How much risk do we all want to absorb, and what's the cost of risk, right? So I think we're doing that, and I think we're pretty efficient on that.
And not to belabor the point, but obviously that's a balancing act.
It is.
And reliability is probably the paramount characteristic that every commission in the country and every, or the FERC and all the ISOs combined, and even the folks that are not involved in ISOs are concerned about, because nobody wants bad things to happen.
Absolutely.
So when the North American Electric Reliability Corporation puts out that kind of concern about the retirements and the attributes necessary to make sure that the grid stays complete, the only time that it becomes a problem is when bad things actually start to happen. So
Agreed.
I will probably continue to ask those questions
do.
and posit them to the FERC as well. Any other questions from commissioners here at the bench?
And may I address that one other thing? I think the ERIS, the sugar software that we're utilizing to make our queue more efficient and move faster will help solve and get more resources on the system as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you very much, Mason. Thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you.
We're right on time.
Hello, Commissioners. Dave Souter here from PJM. Can you hear me?
Hang on a second. You are so small on the screen right now. Cassie, is his picture going to blow up once he starts talking? We're making sure that we've got the technology right. Is that correct? Are we ready to go with PJM? David, I could hear you. We're just making sure that your picture actually is blown up on screen here in the courtroom, so that you're right now in a small box off to the side.
I was going to say, if you blow up the picture, it might scare people.
There we go. There we go. All right. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. David, why don't you go ahead, introduce yourself, and give us the presentation for PJM and on summer reliability. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to present on PJM projections for the summer. My name is Dave Souter. I'm the Executive Director of System Operations here, responsible for the control room operations, amongst other things.
And David,
so when we bring up-
any way you could turn your volume up?
I'm about as loud as I can get. I can get closer. Hopefully you can hear me better.
We can hear you. It's just coming through very mild. But go ahead and continue.
I will speak up. So if we can go to slide 2. Or are the slides up in the room?
No, we are not seeing the slides at this moment. There we go. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's MISO's slide deck.
Yeah. I'm going to go slow. Some of this is similar to what MISO presented. So I'm just going to cover summer projections, our preparedness, the large load additions, and PJM capacity market. There were some other questions. I'm just going to pause at certain points and identify the questions that you included as part of the agenda, and I'll speak to those questions. So if we can go to slide 3. Again, the NOAA summer outlook, very similar to what the MISO projected. We're seeing warmer and rainier than normal conditions on the PJM footprint. So we'll have higher cooling demand based on heat and humidity as part of the PJM RTO this summer. We're seeing a risk of warmer weather earlier in the summer, and then we'll see average temperatures during the heat and during the heart and the late part of the summer. We're seeing it's going to remain dry in the east through at least the middle of the summer, and then we'll start seeing wetter conditions. From a hurricane season perspective, we're projecting above average, and that's going to basically contribute to some of the wetter than normal weather in the eastern part of our footprint. If we can go to slide 4. So over the last 2 summers, we've seen an increase in forecasted load and a decrease in overall capacity. So we're seeing tightening reserves at the PJM footprint. As part of our normal planning process, we do assessments ahead of the summer and the winter seasons, not only to look at the capacity, but also to look at the transmission analysis. And we do normal projections, but then we do stress projections as well. What I have on the slides is really the stress projection. So let me talk about what our normal forecast is. Right now, we're forecasting a typical peak demand of 154,000 megawatts. That's our 50-50 diversified forecast. And with that, our reserves are 16%. If we include demand response, it's about 21% reserves. And that's with our normal 50-50 forecast of 154. What I want to show now is some of the more severe sensitivities that we perform in the next couple slides. This is our typical waterfall chart that we present on an annual basis. If we look at the left, you can see in the light blue, we have 179.2 of what we call operational capacity. As we move to the right in red, you'll see modeled discrete generation outages of 13,000 megawatts. That is based on the 3-year average. We have 1.6 gigawatts of firm exports or sales off of our system. Now, if we go all the way to the right, there's 2 load forecasts there. We have a 50-50 non-diversified at 161,000 and a 90-10 diversified at 166.6 gigawatts. If we look at these more extreme events, we are short our day-ahead operating reserves by about 1.5 gigawatts or 1,500 megawatts at the 90-10 load forecast level. This is the first time in our seasonal analysis, we call it the OATF history, where we were short on our reserves for that 90-10 load forecast. To the right, you'll see what are anticipated actions that we would take. We would issue MaxGen and load management alert. We would schedule all available generation. We would curtail all system sales, and we would implement demand response to actually serve the load and maintain our reserves. One thing I'll say is, depending upon how far stretching the heat is on the footprint and into our neighbors, we would expect that as our prices rise, that we would see some level of economic imports into PJM. But again, we don't count on that, but that is usually a help if we get tight. In the appendix, and I'm not going to run through, there's a lot of other sensitivities that look at other stress scenarios. We'll take a look at low solar, no wind. We'll look at gas electric contingencies and a combination of both of them. And basically, as we layer on more of these sensitivities, we anticipate that there would be additional emergency procedures that are required. One of the questions that was as part of the agenda was, how does PJM analyze these low frequency, high impact events? So we have changed our tools over the last couple of years. We now forecast load 15 days out where it was 7 days. We do a capacity position outlook where we forecast potential shortfalls in capacity 7 days out, and we're looking to expand that out through 15 days. And that would just help us trigger emergency procedures similar to or like maintenance outage recalls, where we can work with the generation owners to stop maintenance on generators and get those units back in service before peak demand.
And Dave, if you need to advance, just tell us when you need to advance slides, okay?
I will. Yeah, I'm still on the same slide. And then we increased our resource adequacy commitment tool from 1 day to 5 days out, and we're looking to extend that to 7 days out. If we can go to slide 5. So in addition to the capacity analysis, we look at load flow analysis at those elevated load levels to see if there's any issues on the transmission system. And we perform a number of sensitivities. And at the forecasted loads, we are not seeing any transmission issues, thermal or voltage that cannot be controlled through redispatch or putting reactive devices in or out of service. I will say there were several post-contingency thermal overloads that were localized in nature that would require a post-contingency local load relief warning, which is a typical procedure, and a post-contingency load shed plan if that contingency were to happen. If we can go to slide 6, please. There is a significant preparation going into the summer, and there's a lot of coordination with our generators, transmission owners, our neighboring systems like MISO, and reliability regional reliability organizations like RF and CERC, in the form of data verification, preparation checklist, and drills. There was a question as part of the agenda on accreditation and how do we count for fuel supply arrangements and coordinate with the pipelines with respect to capacity. As background, right now our total gas is about 85,000 megawatts. 36% of that is dual fuel capable. 63% of the 85,000 has some form of firm deliverability. From an accreditation perspective, we look at the resource type. For instance, gas-only combustion turbines are accredited at 60%, whereas dual fuel combustion turbines are accredited at 78%. There is a lot of coordination with the project developers to provide us evidence of fuel delivery agreements, a lot of coordination with the gas pipelines to understand firm or interruptible availability. And our gas electric coordination teams have discussion with the gas pipelines and generators to assess firm capacity availability. I will say that, capacity performance construct penalizes generators for non-performance, and that there is still more work to occur between the electric industry and the gas industry on coordination of modeling and gas pipeline availability. If we can go to slide 7. There was a question on large load additions and how do we manage them. We do that through the PJM Load Analysis Subcommittee. It's a very open process, transparent, where the electric distribution companies or the load serving entities actually provide information with PJM about large load changes and then present that through the stakeholder process. And these large load forecast changes are then reflected in the capacity market and also the regional transmission expansion plan. Moving on to slides 8 and 9, there's a question on, what are we doing with respect to the increase in capacity prices? Well, there's a number of actions that have been taken, and in really close coordination with our stakeholders. Running through some of them, the Reliability Resource Initiative is going to move forward 51 what we'll call shovel-ready generation projects totaling 9,300 megawatts. And they are expected to come online in around the 2030 timeframe. There's been changes to the reliability must-run construct where they're typically generation that's retained until transmission upgrades are in place. They are allowed to be counted for capacity supply. Surplus interconnection service, we've streamlined that process, which really allows now batteries to co-locate with renewable resources to extend their operating capability. Additionally, demand response availability, we're looking at, in the past, demand response was limited to certain hours during the summer and winter. We're looking to extend that throughout the year. And there was elimination of the must offer exception, which allows really renewable resources to bid in offers into the capacity auction. Remaining is additional conversations or actually waiting on FERC ruling on capacity interconnection rate transfer, which would allow for units in the queue to use the CIR's capacity interconnection rates for units that are retiring, which would accelerate those generators to move through the queue. Moving forward, we continue to ask or we support keeping existing generation online, restarting units that are retired, and asking generation owners to reconsider retiring units as we project tightening reserves moving forward with some of the increased in load that we have projected right now. We have done a lot of work on the interconnection queue process, really to go from a first in, first out to a first ready, first out, and really move through and resolve some of the backlog issues we've had. We have approximately 47,000 megawatts that have completed the PJM interconnection queue process and are ready for construction. Just running into some issues on supply chain and financing.
Dave, can I ask you a question about that? So it sounds like you were online for Bob Kuzman's presentation, and Bob highlighted the work that MISO is doing with Pearl Street and the Sugar software to speed up the interconnection study process. So when is PJM going to move in that direction and adopt AI and newer technology to speed up the interconnection study process?
Yeah, we have actually just signed an agreement with Google Tapestry, which will help us do that as well and integrate that into our interconnection queue process to help try to streamline that and reduce the study time for various interconnection projects. So I think that was just announced within the last month.
Dave, so what's the timeline for Google Tapestry so that we'll start actually seeing some impact from that partnership?
Yeah, we're looking. So we signed the agreement recently. So we're looking to get folks on site here working with our planning folks. We've supplemented staff to move that along as well. So that'll be a high priority on our side. I don't have a specific time frame, but I can certainly follow up and get back to the commission.
Thank you.
David, this is Wes Bennett. On your collaboration with stakeholders on your demand response, do you have any early expectations as to what that's going to do to add to supply?
Yeah, I don't at this point. I think we'll see more in the next auction coming up.
At what point does demand response not contribute to supply? I've heard a lot about demand response in the 18 months that I've been on the commission, and I keep hearing about it. Is it just trying to get people to use it?
Yes, so we have 7,900 megawatts right now of demand response. Most of that is pre-emergency, 97% actually. So I think that will be a useful tool moving forward, depending upon how quickly some of the generation gets built. And it will certainly fill the gap from a reliability perspective.
Do you have states, David, that require demand response from end users?
Yeah, I'm not aware of a specific requirement by state, but certainly that's something I can follow up on.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I'd be certainly happy to answer any more questions that you may have.
Any questions from technical staff? Consumer Counselor? Any additional questions from the bench? Dave, thank you very, very much for your presentation. The large message I got was, even though you've got some concern, you're prepared to deal with peak and have a reserve margin and function, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you so much. And next time, we'll make sure that your voice comes through a little bit louder. We're all like church mice in here listening to you. So we were riveted with every word because we had to pay attention. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry about that. I'll be there next time in person. Appreciate that.
It may have been our end, too. Cassie's saying it wasn't. All right. Next up is Duke Energy. I think, are they out in the hallway? Okay.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, you're not keeping us waiting. We're actually right on schedule, so this is perfect.
A lot of pressure.
We are streaming, and just to remind everybody, the only way that the folks that are listening to the stream can hear is to speak clearly and loudly into the microphones. So if you're exchanging stand to other people for the presentation, please just make sure everybody speaks into the mic. It's just like the typical forum. Consumer Counselor is over on this side. They may chime in with questions. The bench may chime in with questions, and we'll have a good discussion. But with that,
Yes, sir.
I'll turn it over to you, President
All right.
Pinniger.
We want to keep you on your schedule. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Stan Pinniger, President of Duke Energy. Appreciate your and your fellow commissioners, Councilor Fine, thank you for being here, and your teams. Great opportunity for us. I'm going to introduce our presenters this morning. Kelly Karn will kick us off, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Policy, followed by Mr. Bill Luke, sitting next to me, Vice President of Midwest Generation, and Chris Lang, who is Vice President of Power Grid Operations, which means Chris oversees all of our transmission and distribution infrastructure in the Midwest. Beth is sitting with us, and I have some bittersweet news to share. But this is Beth's last week with the utility, if you haven't heard already. We'll miss her. Beth has decided to make a career change, which we are pleased for her. We'll miss her, but I know future students sitting in her science classes will benefit from her dedication. And so thank you, Beth. In addition, we have several subject matter experts with us. I wanted to introduce one. John Verderami is here. John is our Vice President of Fuels and System Operations. Bill will be covering some fuel issues for us this morning, but John's available, JV, as we affectionately know him as, will be available for questions. So with the next slide, I'll just quickly remind you of our generation facilities in Indiana, both large and small, depicted on the map. We have generation capacity of 6,400 megawatts at 12 large facilities comprised of 59% coal currently, 29% natural gas, 9% syngas, and a 3% combination of other resources. The average age of our coal fleet is 47 years. Average age of our gas fleet is 23 years. We have noted an updated capacity and energy mix of our resources as well on the slide. Just for reference, Edwardsport is reflected as a coal generator on the energy mix pie chart. I also want to note that in the appendix, if you have a moment, we've provided our at-a-glance overview, which we normally start this presentation out with. I think there's useful information on that slide, in particular, highlighting our 32 operation centers. Obviously, those are the key locations for both the maintenance of our system as well as the hubs for Chris's teams, in particular, for restoration efforts after major storms. The map on that slide also depicts areas served by our 9 community managers, community relations managers, doing great work every day in the communities we have the privilege of serving. And finally, I like to provide a snapshot of our growth. We continue to grow our customer base, I think at a respectable clip, now serving nearly 910,000 customers. And as in past years, our year-to-date average residential growth is 1.7%, while the rolling 12-month growth for residential is at a little higher at 1.8%. So good report there. I'll turn to Kelly, and she'll kick us off with discussion on our capacity. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So we'll start off with our supply and demand balance for the summer. Here we'll cover 2 slides. The first one demonstrates our position going into the auction, and the next one will demonstrate our position after that auction has cleared. You can see, starting on the left side of the chart, reading from left to right, our peak load demand is projected to be 5,625 megawatts for this summer. That would be approximately 557 megawatts higher if not for the energy efficiency programs that we've already implemented. For the first time this year, you'll see the shaded area on the reserve margin bar. That is to reflect the potential range of impact from MISO's new reliability-based demand curve. MISO's traditional vertical planning reserve margin for the summer is 7.9%. However, under the RBDC, that requirement will change after the auction clears. Now moving to the right side and reading the chart from right to left, we start off with Duke Energy Indiana-owned generation, which will serve the peak, and then we subtract out our jointly owned generation and sales we've made, add back in purchase power agreements we have, as well as the bilateral capacity purchases the company made for the summer, and then add back in our customers' demand response capability of 623 megawatts. This all puts our final position at slightly less than our potential requirements. Again, however, until the auction clears, we don't know our position, so we've represented it here as a range. For the summer, the position is essentially flat, up to a potential 9% purchase from the auction, depending on where the final reserve margin requirements come in. Moving to slide 3, the difference here is this is the view after the MISO auction has cleared. The reliability-based demand curve required a 10.1 reserve margin for the summer. That's resulted in us having to make a small purchase from the auction of 2.1% of our requirements, or 133 megawatts. Turning to slide 4.
Kelly, you're still within the 1520 requirements as well.
Yes, that's right. So the 1520 requirements are 15%, no more than 15% reliance on the auction. For summer, we ended up at 2%. This slide shows our summer projected monthly summer peaks and all the resources that are available to serve it. As you can see, we're in good shape for those summer months, and this includes the impacts of our planned outages, as well as the bilateral capacity purchases that we made prior to the auction. Turning to slide 5, here I'll address our experience with MISO's seasonal accreditation capacity changes. While the MISO Planning Reserve auction this summer had more than enough resources to cover the load plus the increased reserve margin, I'm sure you've noticed that this summer season closed at a higher price of $666 per megawatt day. That reflects relatively tight conditions for the summer. I'd like to cover 2 points here. First, the annual clearing price averaged about $217 per megawatt day, which is pretty close to where the bilateral market has been for the past several years. And second, because as you know, Indiana utilities are fully regulated and we do integrated resource planning, the MISO auction is essentially used as a balancing or residual market for us. So any exposure to the high clearing prices is limited. For Duke Energy Indiana, this auction was also the first year where some more intermediate clearing prices in both the fall and the spring drove some of our resources that were on planned outage to actually clear the auction. For us, this will result in a capacity replacement non-compliance charge under MISO's 31-day rule, but it still represents an economic outcome for customers because the resources were paid more than these charges. Also, for the first time this year, we worked with the Independent Market Monitor prior to the auction to obtain pre-approval of a replacement resource plan for this upcoming spring season, also resulting in economic benefit for our customers. Turning to, staying on slide 5 for a moment. On the other side of the slide, we discussed the various issues that we're monitoring closely at MISO. We continue to support MISO's effort to ensure reliability of the market through these changes. But I do note that the constant churn and really the complexity of the changes that we see can create problems for long-term planning and the addition of new supply-side resources. At the same time, as you all know, organic load growth, new economic development is creating a tighter capacity market as demonstrated in this year's planning resource auction. All of this results in the need for additional dispatchable generation on the system. We'll continue to participate actively in the MISO stakeholder processes to ensure a balanced outcome for our customers. Now turning to the next slide. This slide will discuss our energy efficiency and demand response programs.
Kelly, if you don't mind,
Sure.
Can I ask you a hypothetical well, I'm going to anyway. I don't know.
Of course you may.
You may not have heard, but when MISO was making their presentation this morning, I asked kind of a compound question. Years ago, MISO was pursuing the concept of pricing dispatchable and controllable characteristics in ancillary services. They have seemingly abandoned that in turn for what they were simultaneously doing for seasonal accreditation. Given your portfolio and your energy mix, how would, if MISO did price dispatchable and controllable characteristics in ancillary services or decided to take a tack for pricing reliability elsewhere, how would that affect your portfolio and customers?
It's a good question. I mean, we are definitely focused on an overall diverse portfolio of resources. And we know that we need to, as we're retiring older baseload type resources that are dispatchable 24/7, that we need to replace those with really like kind. And so that's really been our goal. But the more the MISO market values that type of resources, I think overall would be better for our customers.
Thank you.
So as you saw on the first slide, we have demand resources that provide valuable capacity credit to our customers. This year, we actually increased our demand response capability in the MISO market in the summer by 12%, up to 623 megawatts for the summer. We're also right in the middle of our 3-year, $175 million energy efficiency plan. This is forecasted to reduce eligible retail sales by about 1%. Energy efficiency programs are provided for all of our customer classes, and they include things like energy audits, income qualified programs, school education programs, load control, and then many incentives on energy efficiency measures. Turning to slide 7, now we'll address our customer bill expectations for summer 2025. We expect rates to be relatively stable through the summer months. However, beginning in July, bills will reflect a fuel clause increase due to higher usage in the winter months that we saw, as well as expected higher purchased power and fuel costs for this summer. Turning to slide 8, we will demonstrate our commitment to our customers through 4 important programs. First, our Share the Light program provides direct assistance to customers in need, supplementing the federal LAHEAP funds. We reserved $200,000 in funding for this upcoming summer cooling season to assist our customers. Second, coming out of our low-income collaborative, the company has continued funding for weatherization, health, and safety measures in customers' homes. That enables the homes to be weatherized, reducing energy usage and customer bills. Third, our Payment Navigator program was just approved in the rate case, and it's already providing customer benefits. We use a dedicated team to connect vulnerable customers with agency assistance, payment plans, billing options, and energy efficiency offerings. Fourth, the agency team that we have works closely with social service agencies in our service territory that are able to assist our customers with unpaid bills. The company's focus on vulnerable customers is paying off. In 2024, approximately 9% of customers used a payment arrangement plan. That was down from about 11% in 2023. And our customer arrearages have also been on a downward trend since 2023. Finally, the company's commitment to philanthropy in our service territory continues with a contribution of $2.1 million to our vibrant communities in 2024. Now I'll turn it over to Bill Luke, who will discuss our generation resources readiness for the summer.
Thank you, Kelly. I will be discussing generation fleet, including coal inventory and natural gas supply, safety of our employees, communities, and our environment, along with reliability of our assets to ensure that we can safely and efficiently meet the needs of our customers remains paramount and foundational to operational excellence for us here in Duke Energy, Indiana. It starts with a solid plan, and we have a long-range planning process to optimize our outage scheduling to support asset reliability and ensure that our units are available and providing the greatest value to our customers. Some of the work being executed this spring includes a Gibson Unit 5 steam turbine major inspection and high-pressure heater replacement, similar activities at our Cayuga Unit 2 station with a steam turbine major and a boiler superheater tube replacement. At Noblesville Combined Cycle, we are performing a major overhaul of combustion turbine number 4. You can see that in the photograph. Looks a little bit small in the picture, but that's actually a 36,000-pound rotor on a 150-ton crane. So 36,000 pounds would be about 10 to 12 automobiles hanging off the end of that crane there. So just to put it in a little bit of perspective, maintenance activities at Edwardsport gasification, as well as the power block, are wrapping up as well. And with simple cycle combustion turbine starts up over 40% since 2020, the reliability of our combustion turbine fleet is becoming increasingly important with the number of starts and service hours continuing to trend up. We will execute about 56 weeks of total CT fleet outages this spring compared to 45 weeks about a year ago. Again, as they run more, that pulls in the required maintenance requirements. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, we could stay on that slide. All our planned outages are currently scheduled to be completed by the end of May, with only one outage scheduled to carry into June. Our outage and projects team collaborates with MISO and Duke Energy Dispatch to ensure our seasonal outage schedules support grid reliability and resource adequacy. We've been able to execute all our required asset maintenance and outages. Our summer preparedness procedures are coordinated through our work management system, with summer preparedness at our stations starting in early March and then continuing through the April and May spring outages. Activities are largely focused on warm weather reliability activities such as condenser, heat exchanger cleanings, HVAC for critical equipment, generator and turbine cooling systems, along with instrument air systems, and certainly a focus on personnel safety as we get into the hotter summer months. We remain aggressive with unit catalyst replacement and planned preventative maintenance activities on our environmental control equipment to support EPA ozone season NOx compliance. We continue to manage the Cayuga Station thermal discharge limitations. Here in May, our thermal discharge limit is 80 degrees. That will increase in about a week and a half. Once we get into June, we'll be at a 90-degree thermal discharge limitation through September, and that drops down to 78 degrees once we get to October. Units with closed cooling systems like Noblesville Combined Cycle, which uses a cooling tower, and Gibson Station, which has a cooling pond, do not have these types of threats or restrictions. We can go to the next slide now, Beth. Thank you. Regarding our coal supply, we enter the summer aligned with our targeted inventory levels at all our coal stations, and we have contracts in place with local suppliers to support projected summer demand and throughout the year. The map to the right illustrates our local coal suppliers, which you can see essentially surround our coal assets here in Indiana. We continue to work with our diverse coal suppliers and transportation providers to maintain an inventory of coal at our facilities to manage the ups and downs, supply and demand, and delivery. Adjusting the MISO dispatch price on our units to maintain coal inventory at targeted levels is a mitigation strategy we continue to leverage and has been very successful. Based on current adjustment, Indiana system inventory through the summer is projected to be approximately 48 days. We can go to the next slide. The picture on this slide represents a map of the major natural gas interstate pipelines in the Midwest and a diverse supply of natural gas to Duke Energy Indiana's generating units. U.S. natural gas prices, I'm sure we've all seen, have decreased from the winter. However, injection season started with a greater deficit compared to 2024, but production is near all-time highs, and storage is about flat to the 5-year average. We expect a balanced market this summer with relatively flat pricing and a sufficient natural gas supply. Duke Energy Indiana's gas supply remains strong, and increased capacity on ANR and the Rockies Express pipeline increases our resiliency and reliability of our natural gas supply. From a natural gas perspective, summer is a lower risk season. Pipelines are less constrained due to lower utilization from a lack of heating demand. DEI does not have any concerns managing intraday changes to gas supply, as we use an asset manager which has access to storage and several agreements in place to secure additional gas demand when needed. So in summary, I would say we have a positive outlook for the summer of 2025 as it relates to unit reliability, our coal inventory, and our natural gas supply.
Plenty of coal,
Plenty-
plenty of natural gas.
Yes, sir. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Lang.
Thank you, Bill. So we continue to execute on our TDIS 2.0 plan. The plan remains focused on reliability improvements, grid hardening, and grid modernization. The plan also includes coordinated infrastructure projects related to economic growth. I'm happy to say that we continue to see strong economic development in Indiana. 23 projects have been filed since 2023, with a planned spend of over $300 million through 2027. Overall, the program has provided reliability benefits with reductions in both SAIDI and SAIFI over the last 10 years. In 2023 and 2024, our self-optimizing grid projects have resulted in preventing more than 86,000 customer interruptions and have saved 19.8 million customer outage minutes. We'll move over to vegetation management. So we've made several changes in our vegetation management practices over the last 5 to 10 years. For transmission, we conduct aerial patrols in the spring and fall to identify and address emergent work prior to storm season. We leverage LiDAR and data analytics to identify trees posing threats to the system. We also recently completed our Emerald Ash Borer program, which was a dedicated team that targeted ash trees near our transmission lines over the last 5 years. From a distribution standpoint, starting in 2020, we began ramping up our vegetation management. We now target pruning 1/5 of our system annually. 2025 will be the 5th year of completing this. To help prevent storm-related outages, circuits that pose a high reliability impact are prioritized and done prior to storm season. We've also had a strong focus on the removal of danger trees over the last 10 years, removing more than 28,000 between 2023 and 2024. Also in 2016, we began an effort to improve the reliability to our wholesale customers by expanding our right-of-ways along our 34.5 kV system and targeting pruning on a 4-year cycle for those lines. We have seen improvements to our reliability metrics based on the changes we have made in our vegetation management practices. We have seen a downward trend in both vegetation-related SAIDI and SAIFI during this time. Move to storm preparedness. So each year, we dedicate time to prepare for storms and adverse weather. We work to learn from past events and use those learnings to make us better going forward. We have a dedicated emergency preparedness organization for the Midwest who monitor conditions and provide situational updates. During storms, this team also leads our incident command structure. The team also organizes and facilitates our storm drills. During these drills, we use historic storms to run through scenarios to prepare us for the future. I know we've shown this slide in the past, but we made a few changes to it. The original slide is still in the appendix. What we thought we'd do here is show a storm and how it worked through our process. So the storm was predicted on March 31st of this year. On April 1st, our emergency preparedness team held a situational awareness call to ensure that operations teams were prepared. The storm hit late on April 2nd and resulted in 12 tornadoes across our service territory. Based on the damage, we mobilized our native, contract, and internal crews and vegetation resources. However, the damage ended up being more extensive. We were also able to utilize mutual assistance to acquire additional off-system crews in order to speed restoration. At the peak, we had more than 57,000 customers out on 488 events. We were able to restore 95% of the impacted customers within 24 hours. This was made possible by our preparation led by our emergency preparedness team and the hard work of our crews and support staff during the storm. I'll now turn it over to Stan Pinniger to close out the presentation.
Thank you, Chris. You know, one highlight that wasn't on that last slide that Chris discussed, and obviously this is an area that we pay a lot of attention to, and frankly, I'm very proud of, but you know, we've learned that customers rely on us for more than just restoration. I've seen data that customers expect their utility now to forewarn them of inclement weather. And it's something we have to be careful with. We don't want to be overly aggressive in those communications, but we do it, and our customers have appreciated it. So it's another area where, you know, I think because of practices, I presume our peers do this as well, and it's an area where our customers have come to expect not only a great restoration effort that Chris just described, but substantial communication before, during, and after the event, and it's an area that we continue to focus on. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and pleased with the remarks today in the presentation. We're ready to serve for our summer 2025.
Commissioner Ziegner.
Actually, no question, just to extend my well wishes to Beth. I've known Beth a very long time. She started out her career before law school at the commission, and I'm married to a retired school teacher, so good luck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
President Pinniger, I asked questions like what I'm about to ask you during the last reliability forum, just on economic development and the intersection, obviously, with energy. How do you view the communication with local economic development authorities and state economic development authorities and utility in building new economic development opportunities here in the state, but more specifically in your service territory?
Yeah, thank you. An area I like to talk about because it's a big effort. You've heard me say before that we have 4 economic development professionals that do great work, and their pipeline's full. You know, we've had to navigate with the attention on data centers and particularly developers, prospective developers of those types of sites. I've struggled with how to describe this, but there are times where it seems like the wild west. Folks drive around, look for acreage and some proximity to a transmission line, and they think they have the perfect site. And so we were being, at one point, inundated with requests to do engineering studies, capacity studies, without developers having land rights, without having really a prospect to be developing on behalf of, and notably now, even any hint of community acceptance of such a facility. So we have worked hard to put some guardrails around how we will proceed in those instances. We are asking them for some of those criteria I just mentioned previously, and it seems to have worked well. I think I know our relationships with local and regional economic development organizations that are really on this, point of the spear of these projects is healthy, and the communication is good. I know in the past I've reported to you all that it seemed like utilities were a bit of an afterthought in some of these large projects. I think that's changed for the better, where utilities, particularly electric, in our case, and I know it is better for other criteria utilities as well. We're being called in much earlier, which I think is hugely important to success of a project. So I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the bench? Consumer Counselor? Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
And Beth, best wishes in this turn in the career. Going to education, is that best wishes to you?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we are taking a 10-minute, is that right? 10-minute break. Be back at 11 o'clock, and I see Wabash Valley's already here, so if you guys want to come forward or do whatever, we'll start back up at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Good morning. We are back online and streaming. And let's make sure, I think we're getting a PowerPoint presentation put up there. Is that right? Okay. Well, welcome Wabash Valley. And I'll just go ahead and not do big introductions. Matt, if you want to take it and then introduce your team and proceed with the presentation. We've been very informal, may have some bench questions thrown at you during your presentation. OUCC is not with us right now. It's possible technical staff, but very casual, so the time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the opportunity to present this year. So the brief introductions, myself, I'm Matt Moore. I'm the EVP of Power Supply. I've been with Wabash for, it's going to be 5 years later this year. Prior to that, spent 19 years at the Alliance of Cooperative Energy Services, so ACES. Yes, okay. For whatever reason, I just cannot figure out how to use the mic here, but every year. Can you hear that, or, okay, sorry. So 19 years at ACES, where my focus was on strategy. So then I'll just give it over to Albert to introduce himself.
Good morning, and thank you. Albert Taylor with Wabash Valley Power. As Matt mentioned, been with Wabash for 20 years. My career spans about 35 years in the power industry with major international engineering firms and utility consultants, and then also some time at MISO.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Duncan Gardner, Vice President of Communications and Advocacy. I've been at Wabash about 2 years. My career has spanned the whole gamut of public affairs.
All right, the clicker's working. So before we get into the discussion around summer readiness, just want to provide a little bit of information about who Wabash Valley is, and that starts with what our vision is, and that's we exist to grow and develop vibrant communities that our members serve, and we do that in a way that's responsible and cost affordable. Then into what it says about us, it's really Wabash by the numbers, if you will. We're owned by 21 distribution member cooperatives, and then collectively they've got a little over 300,000 members. Our peak load as of last year and heading into this year, the summer, is just under 1,700 megawatts. We may be a little bit unique from the standpoint that we do serve load across 5 different transmission zones. Then as you can see on the map here, the breakdown of where our members are, we're both in Indiana and the state of Illinois, but more heavily in Indiana. 18 of our 21 members are in the state of Indiana. In addition to that, our breakdown of where we serve load as far as ISOs go, about 90% of our load is served in the MISO footprint, and then kind of up in the northeast, east side of the state around Fort Wayne, we have members that are in the PJM footprint. And then as far as for the discussion, we largely followed the questions that were provided by you, with the exception of a discussion around customer rates as we were a wholesale provider instead of on the retail side of the business. So I'll touch on the first 3, the summer forecast and resources, so it's really summer and fall is what we'll show. And then a brief observation of the MISO seasonal planning resource auction. I think the storyline there is the reliability-based demand curve. I think MISO may have been already in here already, so you've probably heard a little bit about that. Reliability focus, that's really more of a discussion. Reliability means a lot of different things, but this part of the discussion is more around our diversity, not just in fuels, but also talk a little bit about pipeline diversity that's becoming more important to us. I'll hand it over to Albert. He'll talk about our preparations leading into the summer at our facilities, as well as touch on kind of the timeline of events that happens during a storm, and then finally hand it over to Vicki, and she'll finish up talking about a couple of our member programs. All right, so the graph you see in front of you is probably something pretty familiar. You're probably used to seeing resources and peaks stacked against one another by most utilities. For us, when you look at our combination of coal, natural gas, it says full requirements. It's really a balance between cost-based contracts and bilateral contracts with other counterparties. Renewables and demand response, you can see for this summer and into the fall, we have ample capacity to meet our total members' needs. And we expect this picture to look very similar until the early 2030s when we're working on additional supply kind of as we speak. I just want to highlight here, it's labeled summer and fall. Really, we historically wouldn't have labeled the fall to include September, but that's how MISO categorizes it. So our load doesn't fall off that much until after the first 2 weeks of September. So our position looks relatively the same from summer to fall, and it's not until October, November until we see a significant reduction in what our expected load would be. On to the kind of the question around looking at the seasonal planning resource auction. Really kind of the headline there is this first one, this change from the reliability-based demand curve. So, or internally, we just call it a slope demand, meaning the prices can rise as the load rises. Historically, MISO had used what we call kind of the hockey stick curve, in that curve creates a lot of volatility, so prices could be effectively close to zero one year, and then as high as the price, or as high the auction can clear the very next. So we do believe, so one observation, we do believe that the RBDC creates better pricing signals. I think a good example is this year with how high this summer cleared, so the 660, 650, it's multiples multiples higher compared to last year. Some of the other observations, and it's really, this is my sole public information, about 3 gigawatts fewer of capacity participated in the auction. So essentially that summary there is new capacity isn't keeping pace with retirements and reductions in accreditation. And if we had a crystal ball, it would be this, especially around the summer, that tight condition's going to exist for quite some time into the future. And it's mainly just recognizing it takes a long time for new resources to come to the marketplace. When you account for queue-related issues and even looking at buying turbines, there's other long-dated issues there. And then finally, just contracting with EPC contractors. That's becoming kind of a tight market itself.
Mr. Moore, where are the reductions? I heard earlier that reductions are not happening in Indiana. Are they happening in Illinois?
When you say reductions to the
retirements, talk about bullet point number 3, the reductions in accreditation, retirement suspensions, et cetera.
So that's a summary of the total system-wide of MISO. So it's information where it shows.
So it's the same information that MISO gave us.
It should be, yeah. Yeah.
So, but where are these retirements happening? Because we heard earlier that they're not happening. Retirements are happening in Indiana, but they're being replaced one for one.
Yeah, and I can't necessarily speak for the other utilities in the state of Indiana, but that would be my understanding. So there is definitely value in maintaining the interconnection rights, right? So if you're retiring a resource and replacing it. Now, where exactly the retirements from coal, specific units that are outside of the state of Indiana.
What about your member group?
We don't have retirements, the other piece of it is reductions in accreditations for thermal resources. I think the entire footprint is experiencing that.
Okay. Thank you.
And then finally, kind of the question along the lines of reliability. So I wanted to touch on reliability from the standpoint of how we have a diverse portfolio. So we do have coal, natural gas. We're working on updating our chart from 2023, but a big part of that is the addition of the St. Joseph Energy Center that we're 50% ownership of. We're recognizing that also is going to have increase our gas exposure that we have serving our members' load. So the other piece of it, when we talk about diversity, you can talk about field diversity, you can talk about diversity in your types of resources, but pipeline diversity is something that is becoming more important. The issues with pipelines don't manifest themselves as much in the summer as they do in the wintertime. With the resource that we just added, we now have 2 combined cycles, 3 different peaking resources, all across multiple different pipelines coming across the state. So with that, I'll hand it over to Albert.
I'll pick up where Matt left off and cover some summer operational concerns and issues. But to Matt's point about fuel supply, historically we've not had issues in the summertime. Particularly on the gas side, you're not competing with that heating demand that you see in the winter. So there's no guarantees, but historically that's not been the case. This is not out of question. If someone were to lose a compressor station, maybe we would have some challenges, but typically no. And from the coal standpoint, for our Indiana assets, we tend to manage and oversee that with our joint-owned partners. They're using an objective model to try to target a 45 to 70-day coal inventory for the unit in question that we have ownership in. It's above 50 right now. It's been in a pretty long outage, preparing to get a few more years down the road. So looking pretty good to come out of that outage with significant fuel going forward for the rest of the summer. And we have weekly discussions and tracking on that asset. For Illinois, the coal units over there, they maintain an inventory on site of 30 days, and that's really looking at their kind of their weakest length, which would be the main conveyor belt in a mine. That's a mine mouth unit. So should that go down, worst case scenario, it takes them 30 days to get that back in service. That's where that target comes from, and they maintain that there at the plant and at the mine. So, you eliminate transportation and other issues. And then on the natural gas front, just like we've covered with this commission for the wintertime, we're contracting with large players in the industry, people with position or companies with positions on the pipe that have significant capacity rights, storage assets, and can effectively deliver the gas when we need it, and typically have no challenges there. Matt mentioned the new addition to St. Joe, and that asset's uniquely positioned up there near that Michigan storage and ties to multiple gas markets. So those are the types of things or strategies we look for to try to make sure we don't have interruptions in our fuel gas in the summertime. Kind of moving on to the plants themselves, the name of the game in the summer as opposed to the winter. Winter's all about keeping the heat in. The summer's about keeping the heat out. And I know you have asked about some of the particulars at the plant. This is not meant to be an all-inclusive list, but just some of the critical things you want to focus on. One and probably foremost is just the personnel at the sites. We need to make sure they've got cooling stations and hydration and things they need to do their work in extreme temperatures, and that's usually the issue we're dealing with in the summer is elevated temps. And we also want to make sure that our electronics, our digital control systems and anything, those cooling systems are kept cool, because that's vital to running the assets. But then anything you're dealing with heat exchange, whether it's louvers and dampers, vent fans, condensers, that type of equipment we need to make sure is checked out ahead of time and is in good functioning order. Cooling towers, they're operating at their best efficiency points. And then, also we want to make sure, because for coal especially, you're going in the summertime in the ozone season, so, there's specific checks on the air pollution control equipment to make sure that's functioning where it needs to be so that we're not impacted on our operations from not meeting compliance. To the question of spring outages, are at least from a plan standpoint, we have a joint-owned asset that should wrap up the largest outage it's ever undertaken by June 16th. It was extended slightly due to some emergent work, but we should have all of our assets available and ready to go for the summer by the 16th. One thing I didn't talk about, we put a lot of focus on fuel, and there's not necessarily a specific bullet on the slides here, is water. That can be a concern in the summer if you have extended periods of drought. I think back to probably the worst in the last decade or so was probably 2012. Our coal facilities are using man-made reservoirs for heat exchange. That can heat up if you have extended periods of time, but typically just resulting in some minimal amount of derates on those steam turbines. The Illinois has specifically a 30-day holding pond for water for those specific reasons if it needed to cease withdrawals from the Kaskaskia River over there. We have another combined cycle plant on that same river. We have seen where if it gets extremely hot for long periods of time, it's not so much the ambient temperatures, it's the flow. If it's dry, the flow is going down. It can't remove as much heat. But we have procedures to operate overnight on our discharges, and we managed to get through that 2012 historic drought without any significant issues over there. The other assets we have are peaking, not water dependent, so should be in good shape. Just diving down a little more, so that's all plants, and if you look particularly at coal plants, again, it's getting that heat out. So where we'd close up those boiler buildings or scrubber facilities, you know, we're opening those things back up in the summertime, and really focusing on the cleanliness of condensers, and again, the personnel, making sure if they're working inside those facilities, they got the ability to cool down, take breaks, stay hydrated. Natural gas plants, it's also about, you know, keeping our inlet filters clean, and you know, if it's combined cycle, again, the cooling towers and these electronic components of making sure their air conditioning equipment is functioning as it should. So summer, you know, as opposed to winter, extreme heat is typically, when we're talking about storms, we're either dealing with extended periods of heat, or we're probably dealing with tornadic activity like we've seen here in the last few weeks or last month. Don't get a lot of notice, maybe as much as you would see a cold front coming or a snow event, but we do monitor the weather. We do monitor the RTO alerts and event notifications, whether that's MISO or PJM. We have staff review safety procedures, how to take shelter, operating in, you know, for heat exhaustion, those types of things. We'll have them go through their training and preparation. Again, checking their supplies, and then just continuing to monitor and communicate from the RTOs and the weather entities to our plant personnel so that they know what's coming. Wabash has a extensive power supply emergency manual with actions for employees and our co-ops on what to do as MISO would step up. For instance, if it's MISO, their alerts or event stages, then we act accordingly according to that manual, and that's reviewed annually with staff, and they're required to do training on that. As the storm nears or during the storm, again, it's just continuous communication between the RTOs, the plants, balancing authorities as necessary. We'll curtail non-essential maintenance if it's a max gen alert. Again, we want to not touch anything and maintain that generation. And if a storm is imminent, then have folks stand down, take shelter as necessary, and then continue to follow our emergency manual. And then post-storm, obviously there's probably, again, as I keep using that word, communication, but we continue to communicate. We work with our adjacent utilities as far as restoration efforts, that type of stuff, and continue to look at lessons learned to prepare for the next time, see if we can't do a better job.
Good, thank you. Well, whereas we are a G&T, we support the distribution co-ops at every opportunity and however we can. A few of the many ways we do that is we work alongside our members with various retail programs, including our Power Moves, energy efficiency programs. All of our members participate in that program. Our Power Shift demand response program, 85% of our members participate in that. And we also support our co-ops in their outreach. So each co-op has an energy advisor, and they are pretty much the boots on the ground. And so we work with them in terms of thought leadership. We provide educational materials. We also work with them in communication and marketing efforts to grow their work. Those programs are projected to provide Power Moves about 60 megawatts and Power Shift about 30 megawatts of summer capacity within MISO and PJM footprints. Participation in Power Moves has been, that's the energy efficiency, has seen some modest growth in our residential members, and our commercial and industrial sectors have kind of plateaued recently. So with the year-round capacity auction, right now we are redesigning our demand response programs just to see how we can better support our members. And so we anticipate this will help Wabash grow the amount of summer capacity available and bring more year-round flexibility in our demand response portfolio. And so when we look at our demand response resource, demand-side resource strategy, we will encompass the energy efficiency, the energy storage that we're developing, and demand response and microgrids, among other things. And we're looking to hopefully begin deploying that next year. So that is all we have, right, gentlemen? Thank you.
All right. Well, I know I've got a question. And you may have been in the room, I'm not sure, when I've asked this. MISO was the first presenter this morning, and several years ago, they initiated all kinds of activity around standing up the potential for dispatchable, controllable attributes being priced in ancillary services. Your PowerPoint presentation illustrates about a 70% mix of dispatchable, controllable characteristics if you take the coal and the natural gas that are inside of your portfolio. If MISO would stand up something like that, how would that affect ultimately your REMC customers?
I mean, I would say, so the renewable aspect of it is a relatively small part of our total portfolio. And we're actually long capacity, so from that standpoint, one, I think we would support it, but the other piece of it is that it actually provides value to some of our resources that currently today wouldn't be getting that benefit from an additional revenue stream because we can dispatch the resource. We weren't in here for that question, so.
Well, and I kind of suspected that'd probably be the answer as well. And then I've also asked economic development questions as well. Obviously, you're part of one of the biggest projects in the state. How is your communications with your REMCs and with local economic development authorities in coordinating the advancement of economic development, either on a state basis, regional basis, or community basis? Very concerned that, you know, we put our best foot forward all the time in advancing economic development.
I guess I could take this one. So when you look at that large economic development project, we are actually have commenced a project, a transmission project in that area, and we are meeting almost daily with the community. We have launched our outreach program. We're in step with our member cooperative, local state leaders. We've been briefing them and community members because as a cooperative, we are owned by and governed by the people we serve. And so that's very important to us to make sure that they feel part of the process.
Commissioners. Thank you very much. We very much appreciate the presentation and great news to hear that you're prepared to meet all the summer's needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we're actually a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, but I see Hoosier Energy is already here. So if you guys want to come on forward, we'll get started just a couple minutes early. President Walker, welcome to the commission. We're honored to have you here with us today to touch on this very important subject of preparedness for the summer. I'll just turn it over to you. We are streaming. You probably heard me mention this, so please talk into the mic because it's the only way that the folks in cybersphere can actually hear us. Commissioners may jump in periodically with questions. Consumer counselors over here as well. And welcome to the commission, and the floor is yours.
All right, well, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for having us here, and commissioners and Bill as well. Here with me this morning, I have Hoosier's Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Rob Horton. And so he's here to help answer any questions that I may not be able to. So we'll jump right into it. I think you're pretty familiar with us, our non-for-profit nature, and we're celebrating our 76th year as a G&T cooperative in the state of Indiana. And our members collectively serve over 700,000 consumers in the southern part of the state, and then a part of southeastern Illinois. We currently own and operate about 1,700 miles of transmission line, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about summer preparedness and recent storms. Our member systems continue to be very diverse as far as their profile. Collectively, our members' load is about 57% residential, 12% commercial, and 30% industrial. But I think it's important to look at that industrial category and recognize that it's very diverse as well. We don't have concentration in any particular industries. So that's made for a lot of stability across our membership over the years. When we look at our particular position of our supply portfolio heading into the summer, we are well positioned to meet our projected summer peak load for our members. You can see that through the owned and contracted resources that we have, we're well above what we need for forecasted load, and we also have load modifying resources that we can call on if needed. We've talked in the past with the Commission about the transition of our portfolio, and so if we look at where we were in 2022, our energy mix was predominantly coal, and that was primarily from our Merom generating station. As we take a look at where we ended last year, you can see the diversification, where we have stepped back, continue to buy power to a degree from Merom Station, but no longer own that, and have filled out with more of a natural gas profile. Where we're headed, though, in 2030, when we look at about 5 years, once the Palisades nuclear facility comes online, which is still on schedule to be early next year, late this year, you'll see that about a third of our energy mix will come from nuclear, 48% gas, growth in our renewables, and we'll always continue to buy a little bit from the market, and so that continues to have some coal in it. So that's where that coal number comes from. One thing I would note about the natural gas is that it's really diverse within that mix. That mix in 2030 represents 4 different natural gas-fired generating facilities, 2 of which are peaking and 2 of which are combined cycle. All of those facilities sit on different natural gas pipelines and suppliers, which provides us with a lot of diversity. So very mindful of diversity across everything that we do. So we wanted to be responsive to the questions that you ask, and so we hope we've done that. Definitely ask us if we've missed something here. When we look at affordability, we recognize that across our membership, approximately 75% of their cost are our wholesale costs to them, their power supply mix, and the transmission that we provide. And so given the residential nature primarily of their load, the customer base is influenced by weather conditions. As we look into the future, over the next 5 years, we are predicting relative stability with our wholesale cost. I think where we could see variability there would be to the extent that we see changes in natural gas pricing, we see increase in cost for what we need to maintain and operate our transmission system, in large part due to supply chain, inflation, and tariff uncertainty there. Those are things that we continue to watch. But from our power supply standpoint, when we look at our natural gas costs, we try to hedge that financially at least 12 months out, which gives us some stability there. So recognizing this isn't the complete retail picture because each of our members handles that themselves, we do represent a large part of their cost, and we are looking for relative stability over the next 5 years in that front. So let's talk about weather preparedness, and I thought maybe rather than going through what we do, I can just share with you what we've just done. So the storms last Friday, we know, produced, I think I've heard 4 tornadoes across the state of Indiana. There may be more. But 2 definitely have been identified by the National Weather Service as EF2 tornadoes. One referred to as the Greene County tornado, and the other one, the Monroe, or Bartholomew, and I'll miss a county there. Brown, thank you. And our system was impacted by both of those tornadoes. And so when we look at how we were impacted, our 345 transmission system, we had approximately 15 structures that were damaged. And I would say, even before we get into the damage, as severe as it was, we had all of our metering points energized within 3 hours of the tornadoes coming through. So it was really kind of a remarkable push by our teams to get that done on our crews. So the 345 system, as I mentioned, we had approximately 15 structures that were damaged. As we looked at permanent repairs of that, we actually have an outside contractor that's showing up today to help us with that. We'll prioritize that work. We envision prioritizing our transmission line from the Worthington area, which took the brunt of the storm, back to the Merom area. And then we'll look at the Worthington to Bloomington section of the line. So again, the prioritization is meant to support generation and addressing the biggest number of customers for potential issues as we can into the future. We do have a little bit of concern about supply chain availability of materials for the 345 system as far as both steel and wood structures. So far, things are going well, but that's something that we continue to watch. Our 138 system, we expect to have that one up and going by the end of this week, maybe as soon as Friday. The permanent repairs on that. Again, everything's energized, but we call it being in a kind of an unusual state right now. And then the 69 system repairs on that were completed on Sunday. I would also note that our Worthington Generating Station, natural gas peaking facility, CTs, was in the direct line of the Greene County tornado. And so the units took an abrupt stop when that happened. We've inspected the units, and there does not appear to be any damage to the generating units themselves, which is good news. The output of the station will, however, be reduced somewhat until the 345 line work that goes out of the station is completed. So we're currently able to operate 2 of those units at this time, and there's 4 total that sit there. So rather than talk about the theoretical, I thought I'd talk about the real. So I think it shows that our communication with MISO and our members and among our team to get things restored quickly and then to prioritize permanent repairs has really shown that it works. When it comes to additional issues that can pop up in the summertime, whether that be hot weather alerts, capacity advisories from MISO, we continue to be in close contact with MISO and also working with our member systems as we see issues arise. I mentioned earlier that we have LMRs, and that's up to about 50 megawatts now of those resources that we have to call upon. We're always looking at potential environmental emission constraints at our facilities and seeing if there were to be an issue, would we need to seek relief from the governor's office to be able to do that. So that's something we've always done. We also have our timeline as we see events coming up for the summer, where we do test communications about 1 week prior to a potential event in the future. We'll test our communication systems with our relevant stakeholders and our members. We'll make sure that our labor is well situated and positioned to be in place where they need to be for quick restoration and recovery. And then we monitor how we're operating our generating stations, whether that's conservative operations, canceling maintenance to make sure that things are online when they need to be. Those types of things we continue to do. Vegetation management, we continue to have a very robust vegetation management program across our system, and I think that's really shown over time to limit the number of outages that we've experienced. We do a lot of preventive work. We do a lot of work with herbicides. We do physical and also aerial inspections of our right-of-ways, looking for danger trees and situations on a proactive basis. We also have employed our automated remote operated switch capabilities, which makes switching around issues much more expedient for us. And we also continue to provide assistance to our members when needed, and our crews are ready to help them if we can. I think we can all say that we've seen that the state has experienced an increased number of severe storms, it seems, over the past few years. And what we've found is we've kind of looked at, lessons learned from each storm, which is part of our practice. A number of these outages that we've experienced have actually been from healthy trees that are off the right-of-way, coming into contact with our system. And it's safe to say that when it's a tornado, it doesn't matter how far the tree is away. We've seen a lot of debris from places we can't even identify end up in our system. But we are taking proactive steps to try to mitigate that issue as we've seen it become more of an impact. I mentioned our patrols. We also look at looking at mulching through our forestry program, and then also looking to potentially expand our right-of-way to make that span a little bit bigger and give a little bit more relief there as we look to rebuild lines or to construct new lines. I mentioned our advanced metering infrastructure that's really helped us with outage restoration in the past, so that continues to be an important part of our system. And then we also strive to remove personal human interaction in that decision making and to provide as much data as we can from software and communication system to better drive our decisions there. And I think that that's paying off from a reliability standpoint for us. Looking at the fuel supply situation, I mentioned earlier the diversity of our gas supply, so I think we're well positioned for the summer. Again, we've not experienced gas limitations to any of our 4 gas-fired generating facilities in the past. So we look to be in a good position there from a fuel standpoint. And I've shared with you in the past, our fuel procurement strategies are to work directly with suppliers and then also hedge the price of that on top of that to provide stability from a cost standpoint to our members. Our primary supply agreements are range from 1 to 3 years for our natural gas facilities. And then we also are very focused on long-term investments around reliability to the station. And again, we recognize natural gas is going to become a bigger part not only of our portfolio, but the region and national mix as we transition. I wanted to mention, we're very excited about our recent joint acquisition of the St. Joseph Energy Center. It's just come out of outage, and it is operating well, and that particular facility has a phenomenal operating history. So very excited to have that as part of our portfolio now. I mentioned the LMRs, and again, we continue to look at the program that we currently offer as MISO changes its rules around accreditation and how things work. We always look at our program and make sure that we're staying matched up with the incentives and the value there. As we look to address aging infrastructure issues with our transmission system, we have over $400 million in our next 5-year work plan, and that is in large part around transmission system investments for reliability improvements, replacements for aging infrastructure, and then also looking to be supportive of economic value-based projects where we can be a transmission provider to other resources in the mix. Our spring maintenance outages, they're all scheduled to be completed by mid-June, so we expect our generation resources to be available and in good shape as we head into the summer, especially the hottest months of the summer, and then on into the fall. And obviously, we work closely with MISO in terms of scheduling those. So around the MISO market reforms and resource adequacy constructs, I'm sure you've heard earlier today, while I think there's broad support that looking for more reliability types of metrics in the MISO market is welcomed, it can also pose challenges when you're looking to plan for resources on a long-term basis. When the capacity accreditation, for example, of those resources can change from year to year, not necessarily based on anything that you've done, but just based on what the overall market looks to be. So it makes it a little bit more challenging, but I think it's definitely headed in the right direction, and we're supportive of the steps that MISO is taking on that front. We've also put our portfolio together. We actually were looking ahead and believed that MISO would go to some kind of a seasonal construct when we were working on our long-range resource plan back in 2019. And so thinking of things from a seasonal standpoint isn't new to us, even though we were thinking maybe summer, winter, and now we're in 4 seasons. We were ready to prepare for our portfolio, so we're in good shape across the seasons. Abnormally dry conditions could pose an issue for us. We currently have industrial water wells at Worthington and Lawrence. Those are our peaking stations. We also have large freshwater storage tanks at each location that provide for some redundancy in the case of abnormally dry conditions. So as we know, if that were to be something that was extreme and widespread, that could limit the generation capabilities of our resources. But we think we're in great shape going into a normal type of summer. We continue to support our members in their energy efficiency and bill assistance programs. We work collectively with our members, but they're the face of the programs offering those to end consumers. And so we do things like incentives for residential heating and heat pump cooling and so forth, LED lighting. We provide technical assistance. We also work directly to help large commercial loads understand the opportunities that LMR status can afford for them. And so we've had a very successful relationship working with our members, and we continue to capitalize on that. So with that, would answer any questions.
You want to go first, Wes?
If you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll warm them up for you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Walker, thank you for being here. Going back to slide number 5, there's a drastic reduction in your use of coal, and we've heard from the new federal administration, the new administration in Washington, that they're reducing the regulations on coal. Is that not going to have give you the ability to stay in that business a little longer, or are you pot committed to this slide?
Yeah, so I would say this is our committed path, but our story is a little bit different than the one that plays out oftentimes in the public sector. So when we were looking at our long-range resource plan in 2019 with our board and our members, we were actually looking to say, what is the type of portfolio that we think best serves member consumers in the long term? And the position that we had found ourselves in when we made the investment in the Merom Generating Station in the early 80s, that was based on a projection of load growth that didn't happen across the nation. And so we found ourselves with an extraordinarily heavy amount of our resource mix coming from one plant and 2 units that just happened to be coal. So it was really that concentration. If you lost a unit or you lost a plant, we were out there trying to replace half of our mix at one time. So for us, we had nothing against coal. We didn't have a carbon reduction goal or policy that we were working towards. We were just really looking to diversify and not have so much in one plant. So that's why we transitioned ownership to Hallador of the Merom Station. So we currently do not own any coal resources, but as you can tell from our graphic there, we continue to buy output from the Merom Station, a lesser amount than what we had owned, but we continue to buy output from the Merom Station. And then also there's coal as a part of our purchase power agreements from Duke. So ours was not a carbon philosophy, it was just a diversification of risk.
And so why the increase in nuclear?
The increase in nuclear is the opportunity that we had to join with Wolverine Power Cooperative, a GNT in Michigan, and sign long-term purchase agreements which form the foundation for Holtec to restart the Palisades nuclear facility in Covert, Michigan. So not long after Holtec purchased that facility, to actually decommission it, that was kind of their business, the administration in Washington and also the state of Michigan reached out to Holtec and said, we really want you to consider restarting that. And so to be able to do that, they needed long-term purchase arrangements, and Hoosier and Wolverine stepped up to do that. And this will be the first restart of a nuclear power plant, not only in the nation, but as the president of Holtec likes to tell me, in the world. So we're very excited to be part of that.
Do you have a sense of the cost that or the savings? Is there potential savings in having your portfolio transition to a third of it being from nuclear? What can you speak to? I know we're talking about reliability here, but reliability and affordability have some strings attached to themselves. But
absolutely,
could you speak to the cost that you might or the savings that might be there with the nuclear?
Sure. I mean, when we looked at the opportunity of Palisades in front of us, obviously we compared it to other alternatives in front of us for power supply. And I would tell you from a cost standpoint, from a pricing standpoint, it was very attractive to other alternatives for us. So that pricing, along with the diversification of our portfolio, which provides a lot of risk management, we think is a much better position for our members long term than if we had continued to own and invest in the Merom Generating Station. That's what our analysis shows us.
In final question, what criteria did you look at? What flipped you to the nuclear side from a cost-benefit analysis versus the coal?
Yeah, when we looked at the opportunity at Palisades, the contractual pricing, which is fixed over the long-term contract, we looked at that and we looked at just other market alternatives, and the pricing was favorable, so we looked at it from that standpoint. We also looked at it from a risk standpoint and said, all right, in the future, environmental rules, regulations can change. Does this particular resource pose more or less risk than some of these other alternatives of comparable price? Definitely from an emissions standpoint, nuclear was much less risky in the future. And also the standpoint that we did not have any nuclear currently in our portfolio, we thought it really rounded out our diversity quest quite nicely.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to, is the diversity and the fact that you folks need long-term stability and predictability.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to say, on behalf of the commission to President Walker, thank you very much for your active engagement in the 21st Century Energy Policy Task Force that resulted in the 5 pillars, among other pieces of legislation. And your description of the response to those tornadoes in southern Indiana goes directly to resiliency, which is one of the 5 pillars, and reliability overall. So I just wanted to compliment you there. Even with the transition that you're seeing in your fleet to nuclear, what you can see on that same chart is a considerable amount of dispatchability and controllability that goes along with that. You probably heard me ask the same question that I threw at MISO to others, which is they had been a part of a discussion to potentially price dispatchability characteristics, controllability characteristics in ancillary services, and they seem to have gone with what they can get achieved through their accreditation process, and that will derive all the benefits that they see that they need for their market. And I know it's kind of a hypothetical, but how would your customers, the REMCs, benefit or not benefit if dispatchable and controllable characteristics were priced in ancillary services?
I think that it would be very beneficial to our membership. The way I think about it, Chairman Houston, is that, you know, when you look at the dispatchability of our portfolio, our members are paying for that. And to the extent that not everybody in MISO may have that same view, they're benefiting from what our members are paying for. So I think, you know, putting the market in place like that puts the cost where it should be borne.
Thank you very much. And then I know I asked this question, it's a little bit different, but on the economic development front, it's winter reliability, summer reliability. I always concerned about, the economic development of the state of Indiana and the communication. Do you find yourself in a good position with your REMC members and local economic development authorities and working together on advancing economic development project? Is the communications what you think it should be?
Yes, I think I would characterize our communications as very good. And just to give you some insight into that, it's been about 2 years ago now that we first started talking about the potential for these mega loads, as we refer to them, which oftentimes are as big as our load now. And we talked about how could we serve that? What does that look like? Our traditional economic development programs weren't designed to address those types of opportunities. So we talk about it in terms of how do we find a path to yes? And that path to yes needs to look differently because there's different risk and considerations. And so we worked with our members and we actually came up with a new modernized growth strategy and a process for how to work together to approach these large loads and to answer their questions and be truth tellers as far as what it's really going to take to serve them. And I think that that's working very well for us. So I think communication is very good.
Other questions from commissioners? From technical staff? Any questions? Bill? President Walker, thank you very much. Is there anything else that you would like to add in conclusion?
No, thank you. Thank you again for having us.
Thank you. I'm hearing summer reliability is good for Hoosier Energy. You've got plenty of fuel, and you're going to meet peak load plus reserve. Thank you. And I believe we are on we will be back at 1 p.m. Is that correct? 1 p.m. for Indiana Municipal Power Authority. Thank you, everybody. We're going offline now. Good afternoon. We are back online with the summer reliability meetings with Indiana Utilities and other entities. And we have, starting this afternoon session, the Indiana Municipal Power Agency. And Jack, if I'll just turn it over to you for your presentation, and however you want to trade off. We've been very casual about this. Commissioners may chime in with a question or two. Obviously, we've got the Indiana Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor represented by two outstanding men over there, and we've got technical staff. It's possible that they might fire off a question. Very casual, but I'll turn it over to you. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're glad to be here again today. It seems like it was just winter, and we were here, and the seasons fly by, even though we don't seem quite like it's been hotter at the end of May than what I think we're seeing coming up this coming week. But I do have two of my staff with me. Joe Schmidt is IMPA Executive Vice President of Engineering and Generation, and Kyle Briette is IMPA Senior Vice President of Market Operations and Planning. So they'll participate in a good part of the discussion. IMPA, we're the wholesale power provider to many of the municipalities in Indiana. We provide power to 60 of those municipalities that own their own electric distribution system. We do have one member in Ohio, but we provide 100% of their power supply. So we provide the generation and the transmission to get the power to our members. We were formed by statute in 1980 with 11 communities that were kind of part of that. When we went into operations, we were at 24 in 1983, and we've grown to the 61 members that we have today. We're a not-for-profit political subdivision. We do operate in MISO and PJM. We provide other services to our members in addition to the power supply. IMPA's longstanding mission has been to provide this stable, low-cost, and environmentally responsible and reliable power supply to our members, and to keep our rates low. We serve about 350,000 folks in Indiana. We have strong bond ratings with the A1, A+, and stable, and our assets of $2 billion and a little bit over $500 million annual revenue. And the map there showed our location of our members and our solar and our other generation stations, which this is a summary of. We have the first three there on the left are our baseload units that we have joint ownership with at Gibson Station in Indiana, Trimble County Station just over the Ohio River in Kentucky, and our Prairie State plant in Illinois. We have some peaking units that are peaking. They've been operating a lot more recently, the last couple years. On the gas side, the Whitewater Valley Station in Richmond, that's a coal plant, but we do operate that as a more intermediate and peaking unit that helps us in our PJM area with that load. We also have on the solar and wind side listed Alta Farms site power purchase agreement in Illinois. This one's out of date since we sent it to you. We actually have 52 solar parks now. We brought one online just about a week ago. We still have 2 additional parks that we'll have coming online this year. And in those 3, it's another 7.5 megawatts. So we'll be about 210 megawatts here by June of IMPA owned and operated solar.
Jack,
yes, sir.
Remind me, was it the goal of the Power Agency to eventually have at least some presence in every community with solar?
We did have that goal. I don't think that we'll reach that goal. We do. If you look at we have 52
right now.
We have 52 solar sites, so we do have multiples
Yeah.
in some of the larger communities that could absorb that solar there, and some of the towns or cities really just didn't have the right spot for it. Because that's one thing when we were doing the IMPA solar program is we wanted to go in the communities that wanted us there, and we wanted to go in locations that they wanted us, because we weren't going to fight our way in. We wanted to be part of the community and a partner. So we're probably getting to the point where we have enough solar as part of our portfolio. There's only so much solar you can have because it all comes in the middle of the day. And my planning guys are saying, Jack, we have enough solar. We're going to be having too much here and have duck curves hit us. So, but along with that, we do have more of a long-term PPA that's coming on this year, the 150 megawatt site in southwest Indiana of RATS. There used to be the RATS, near the RATS generating station. We also then have joint ownership with the Joint Transmission System of Duke with Wabash Valley, also a co-owner. So we went through our presentation and tried to answer and address some of the comments and questions that were provided. When you look at IMPA's wholesale rates, as of January 1, 2025, we did have a almost 5% average wholesale rate reduction, and the wholesale rate is about 75 to 80% of our members' overall cost. So if you look at the IMPA member utility retail rate this summer compared to last summer, to address that question, we're about a 4.5% decrease on the retail rate for the members this summer to last summer. And really what's driven that is our purchase power costs are down, and our energy cost adjustment refund going back to the members where we had some over collection. But the natural gas prices coming down from where they were a couple years ago really have been helpful on the power supply costs. So here's our portfolio as it stands today. Just under 52% coal, and that's decreased about 4.5% from last year. Our nuclear is part of our long-term contract that we have with I&M coming out of the Cook plant. That portion is about a 1% decrease from last year. Our natural gas is up 3.5% at 15%, and our renewables have grown to 11.5%, which is an increase of 2% from last year. So as we move forward, we'll have some reduction in coal. We have a planned, we're looking at potential retirement for Gibson 5. We're a joint owner, minority owner in that unit with Duke and Wabash Valley, but that's looking like a 2030, so that would reduce our coal piece by just that unit. The other coal units still have lifetime left, and we'll continue to operate those to get the life out of those units. Now I'll turn it over to, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. What are you thinking in regards to the new administration's changes to some of the EPA? Is that going to extend even further some of the coal plants that you currently operate, or is it too early to tell? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm sure you're aware of the Trump administration's rollback of some of these environmental rules and regulations. How's that going to affect you?
Yeah, there's a lot that was announced there a couple of months ago, and it's hard to tell what the effects it's going to be. It will probably help the economics of some of the plants if some of the changes actually happen.
Talking about the cost
with
to
those
run?
rules, the cost. If for example, under the MATS rule, that one's been in the news the last couple of days. If they repeal the current MATS rule, we could have some requirements that one of the plants would have had to, say, put particulate monitor SIMs on a unit that doesn't have it today. So that's maybe a $1 to $2 million capital cost decrease. So there could be some benefits on the economics. And I will go on to say that it's not a benefit of having more emissions. It's not that the emissions are going to increase. It's more of just an operational cost mitigation if some of these things happen. The ELG rule would be another one. That's the water rule, where any water that comes into contact with coal or coal byproduct can't leave the site. And this is for an example of one of our plants had water that just touched the bottom ash bin, drained off, went through high efficiency filtering, and then to the public treatment work, not discharging to a river. And they took away the designation for that process. And they would have caused that plant to be a zero discharge plant, which means now you have to deal with the water on the site somehow, maybe by evaporation. It would have been a very expensive thing. So that's another example of where cost mitigation and very little to no environmental improvement was being gained by the rule that was being imposed upon the plant.
Thank you.
Those are long answers, sorry. And I kind of got specific and in the weeds, but if it didn't answer your question,
No, I think it did. It's of course, the right answer or the usual answer or the common answer is it all depends, right? But it does all depend on, and I'm concerned that what changes that may be coming will benefit the industry, but they're temporary. And how long are they going to be in effect that you're going to have to change them again?
I do agree with that. You can't make decisions based on whatever short-term possible nature that.
And 4 years is short-term.
Yes.
In my mind, anyway. Thank you.
I will turn it over to Joe Schmidt.
Yes, I'm going to talk a little bit specifically about our resources and their availability. All of our coal units that we have in service have at least 31 days of coal on site, so we don't anticipate any fuel issues there. Those also receive delivery by rail. In some cases, in one case, the coal mine is adjacent to the plant, so that's we don't have any concerns there with availability. And then two of our other plants or units have delivery by barge. So again, in the summertime, we see less of a challenge there on our coal inventories. Natural gas, we are relying on pipeline availability. In the summer, that seems to be less of a concern typically than in the winter during high periods of cold weather. We do have one unit in Richmond, or two combustion turbines in Richmond. There is maintenance being done on the natural gas supply at the present time. That should be wrapped up by the end of this week. Those units are still available on fuel oil, as are our 3 units in Anderson. So we do have about 60 hours on site of fuel oil, that if we did have an issue with the natural gas supply, we have fuel on site for those units to still be available to run. Presently, we don't have any participants in our demand response program at this time. The question related to water and water availability. The combustion turbines, we see that as very low risk, low volume use of water that's supplied by the local water utilities. The coal plants also, we see those as low risk. The makeup water is sourced from local rivers. We do keep an eye on those levels if they start to become a concern, or if there's a period of extended drought. We do monitor those. Gibson 5 has an on-site cooling lake that it utilizes, and then Prairie State also has a raw water pond with about 30 days of capacity for the plant water needs should the river levels drop low adjacent to that facility. Outage schedules, so we do have some maintenance outages, some minor, some major. At the time of this publication, we anticipated everything being done by May 26th. We have had on one of our combustion turbine units a slight change in that schedule due to it repaired. So we expect that to be online by the end of May. Was that May 30th? And then also at our Whitewater Valley Station, we had a major turbine inspection, and we found some items there that needed some additional attention, and so those units won't be available till about mid-June time period. But otherwise, Everything is on schedule and complete as of the 26th. We still are seeing challenges in scheduling outages, especially short notification outages on our combustion turbine units. We continue to see capacity factors on those units go up and the runs go up. This year, the capacity factors were about 3.5% to 10%, depending on the month. As compared to last year, they were like 1.5% to 2.5%. So we've seen a significant increase in the first quarter on the deployment of those units, which makes it difficult to get outages scheduled. We've also seen the runs. At our Anderson and Richmond sites, we've seen about a 40% increase in the number of runs that we've been called to execute in the first quarter of 2025 as compared to the first quarter of 2024. So we do have summer preparedness. We have weather checklists and plans and procedures prior to heat, extended high heat durations. We do put extra plans and procedures in sites or in place, and depending on the site, plan to staff as needed, and if necessary, have 24-hour staffing at our combustion turbine sites. Since last year, we have added staff at those sites to help make it through not only the periods where there's high heat and high dispatches, but also just in general to have additional staffing at the units. Talking a little bit about our member systems, their distribution systems, as Jack mentioned, we provide the generation and transmission to our owners, or to our members, and they own their distribution systems and deliver to their retail customers. We do assist with them as needed. We do have crews that do maintenance and repair on member systems as requested. We perform ongoing vegetation management activities, and then also the municipals have a fairly strong mutual aid network where if one member is needing assistance, they'll lend a helping hand to other members.
On your vegetation management, do you have a set cycle for all your members, or do they determine that individually?
So we have 12 to 15 members that we operate and maintain their systems. We try to stick within a 3-year vegetation management cycle. Depending on locations and plant growth, sometimes that can get delayed a little bit, and in other places where there's high growth, it actually gets accelerated. So we patrol the lines to see where the hot spots are that need attended to. And other than those 15 members, the remaining members take care of that, their vegetation management themselves. A handful actually do it on their own, and then we see a fair amount that actually contract that out to vegetation crews. Yeah, they try to stay within the same window, 3 to 4 years. And then just a little bit about when there is an outage. We try to get the most customers on first, with safety being the top priority, both for the public and for our line workers. So we focus on the transmission and distribution backbones, and then, as possible, communicate with our members where they have critical loads, be it hospitals, other utilities, or communication centers that need restoration. And then we also try to communicate with their customers when there's widespread outage events, and talk about restoration times, and then also our process and how we restore in those areas. Many of our municipals offer their different services to their customers. They offer support through budget and billing payment plans, energy efficiency assistance, and then in most cases have a local office where someone can meet with a representative and pay their bill or discuss concerns they have about their utility service. So again, it's a local community presence. You know, the people live in the community. They're your, you know, oftentimes your neighbor. So you see familiar faces, and it has a very strong community feel in a lot of our members. And then we also send out action alerts to customers that are utility specific. Sometimes those can contain information about outages, and sometimes if there's weather alerts from an RTO, we'll send those out as well. And Kyle can take it.
All right. So I'm here to kind of comment on the questions around MISO's seasonal reliability construct, and specifically the summer and fall clearing observations. So starting with summer, multiple factors we saw contributed to the near shortage clearing price. As MISO mentioned and some of the others mentioned, you saw a significant increase in new solar and additional wind accreditation, but that additional resources weren't enough to offset the loss of retirements due to retirements and the decrease of accreditation on the coal and gas resources in the footprint. We also saw a slight decrease in external capacity, which was another factor that kind of contributed to that shortage pricing in the summertime. For the fall, again, we see that the shoulder pricing seems to be driven by the outage replacement rules. MISO's 31-day outage replacement penalty we feel like is an arbitrary value. We do understand that from a standpoint that if the resource isn't going to be there for the season, it shouldn't be counted in the capacity season. So there has to be some number, but again, it's if you have a resource that's on an outage that's, say, 29 days and the outage runs long for scheduling whatever, now you're going into a forced outage, and that's not prudent planning from the RTO's perspective. They would rather know when the planned outage is over. So there's a little bit of kind of scheduling that goes on with these outages that we see that could there's also the immediate impact, as well as what does that do? We don't know what it does long-term to continually shorten these outages, these kind of mid-range outages. So that's kind of the piece on the long-term reliability.
Kyle, what's you? I don't want to mischaracterize your comments from last year, because I can't necessarily remember, and I'm sure you can't either. But I would characterize it by saying you weren't enamored with their policy when talking about going over 31 days. What's the solution?
Well, that's a good question. I'd probably have to opine on that a little bit and maybe brainstorm with some other people, because there has to be some number. As I mentioned, you know, if you have an outage or if you have a resource that's going to be out 60 days, it shouldn't be part of that capacity season. Because it's only going to be there for a third of the season. So there's some number that you have to draw the line somewhere. I would maybe, again, you have to draw the line somewhere, but it seems like the penalty that they're passing on to those units that do schedule that planned outage directly impacts the clearing price of the season, because you can account for that penalty when submitting your offers. So that's why I say that the clearing price for those seasons seems to be driven by those outage rules. Now, I've heard rumblings that, you know, PJM might be thinking about a seasonal construct in the future. Who knows what that looks like? I've heard rumblings that it could be kind of a two-season, a summer and winter, and maybe that's a better answer of, you know, just splitting the year in half and kind of going that route. Or there's some other ideas out there about just paying the unit. If you show up for that day, you get your capacity payment for that day. So there's other constructs out there, but I think for now we're stuck with these rules. If they could tweak them, great. But as my future comments would say, that I'm tired of change in the MISO seasonal construct. I would like to see kind of consistent rules for planning purposes. So if it has to be this, then we'll live with it.
Thank you.
Yep. Just a note on Indiana Zone 6 specifically. The zone still remains short capacity relative to its planning reserve margin requirements. So that is a little bit of a concern and a risk going forward. And also just a note on the implementation of MISO's slope demand curve, of the reliability-based demand curve, that also contributed to an overall price increase. Overall, we're supportive of the RBDC. mainly because it should smooth out prices from year to year and cause less volatility in capacity prices from year to year. Kind of more on MISO's seasonal construct here. As I kind of mentioned earlier, well, I guess first, we support prudent power supply planning. MISO's key reforms, they've already got some things corrected in terms of deterring the speculative development and kind of implementing the cap, as well as higher withdrawal penalties. Obviously, the latest news with FERC rejecting ERAs is a little bit of concern to us because we were supportive of that process. But again, as Bob mentioned earlier from MISO, that they're working on refiling that, so we'll support them as well. We also support some of the state policies that are supporting dispatchable generation and preventing future erosion of capacity accreditation. So more one-to-one replacement. And again, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, it's the constantly shifting goalposts and the changing methodologies that are difficult from a planning perspective. On the load side, you have unpredictable planning reserve margins that are only set 6 months prior to the auction. And the swings in the value from year to year change your load obligation value, which makes it difficult to match up your supply with that load. So we'd like to see some kind of long-term forecasting of those planning reserve margins from MISO. On the supply side, you have the accreditation methodology changes from the last few years, and they're coming too. The traditional UCAP, now it's a seasonal accreditation approach, and the coming direct loss of load. Again, it's constantly moving goalposts. It makes it difficult from a planning perspective to really know your position until right at the last minute.
Kyle, I kind of asked this question of everybody that's come through here with respect to MISO. So you may have heard it if you were listening this morning. But MISO had started a process about 4 years ago of potentially pricing dispatchable and controllable attributes in their ancillary services market. Obviously, your portfolio has a lot of dispatchable and controllable characteristics. They've moved away from that, at least, I'd say at least suspended that concept in preference to what they're doing with seasonal accreditation and capacity. They think that those are answering the questions of what kinds of generation they need to run their systems. If you were to answer the hypothetical question, how would IMPA's communities benefit or not benefit if dispatchable and controllable characteristics were priced in ancillary services or somewhere else inside MISO?
I mean, as you mentioned, our portfolio does have a fair amount of dispatchable resources already. So if in the sense where MISO would incentivize more dispatchable generation or kind of to compensate those resources for their dispatchable characteristics, I think that would also benefit IMPA. At the same time, our own solar fleet does provide a good benefit to us right now. Just looking at from a capacity standpoint, with the coming direct loss of load accreditation, that's basically haircutting some resources, and it could potentially move the peak hour from the traditional peak hour. So, in looking at that, our load maybe shifts. You have maybe a 10 megawatt shift here or there. So, from our perspective, it's not a huge difference because of the large amount of dispatchable generation and flexible generation we have already in our portfolio.
Kyle, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if 6 months is not a long time for you to have reserve margins set. What's the sweet spot? And could it be a different number for different generators?
Yeah, so, and the 6 month is the planning reserve margin. So so from your load obligation, there's an additional reserve margin that you have to have. So that's where in the summer, we saw it move from 9% to, it was 9% to 7.9% from year to year.
And you only have 6 months to get there, right? Or to figure that out. So
so it changes that.
What's the sweet spot for, is it 12 months? Is it
So I would say a long-term forecast of what is the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, knowing that there's less certainty in those further out years. So obviously, you know, the next year, that 6-month number, what's going to happen in 6 months, should be 100% accurate. We know what that planning reserve margin is going to be. Maybe have a 75% confidence factor on the second year number, and then so on and so forth. And so just some idea to know of where MISO's headed, so that on our planning process.
Something you can plan for.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
We know that plans, I mean, forecasting and planning, everything changes. Nothing's perfect, so. With that, and if there's no other questions on the MISO side, I'll turn it back over to Jack to wrap us up here.
So Commissioner Bennett, I'll throw a number out there on the days. 35 days would be what I'd ask for, but I didn't run that by Kyle first.
He's a generation guy that's had to plan generation.
35 days typically was more of a normal outage schedule, and you get the outage done as quickly as you can. You want to get the outage done. We're not taking 35 days just so that we can take 35 days.
So you just want an extra 4 days?
I don't know. I just remember outage schedules being 35 days on what you'd say is a normal, you know, not a major boiler or not a major turbine outage, but more of the
Well, sometimes you just don't know what you're going to find when you take these things down.
It just gives you a little bit more time, and maybe somebody else would say 40, but I just thought I'd throw 35 there.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You,
Yes, sir.
sorry to interrupt you. What are you seeing in the way of supply lines and stuff?
On the generation side or the lines and wires side?
Both sides.
So the generation side, I would say if you look back 1 to 2 years, better than that, better today than what it was a year ago, but still long. Generation-wise, turbine generators, I'm doing the math here in my head, somewhere in the 3+ years for a turbine generator, and the step-up transformer and high voltage breakers, a little bit better than that. Help me on those. It's a shorter. This feels like there's less pressure on those, on ordering. On the solar side, you know, we've gotten into the mode of being able to plan ahead. So but it seems like you get down and there's maybe one component that, oh, this one isn't as good as what they thought it was going to be, and it's delayed. But it's a little bit better. But still, there's a lot of demand for the generation stuff compared to where we were. You know, I'm going to correct myself because when we did an estimate for a year ago, the pricing was a little bit different than what it is today, and I think you can see that if you read articles. But it's definitely volatile for being in the market, and it's hard to tell. Is this something that's going to stay? Because we've seen price increases, and the price increases have kind of tempered off, but they haven't gone back to what they were a couple years ago. So I know that answer may be all over the place, but yeah. Some things have gotten better, but some, you know, it's definitely a planning thing where. And I've made this comment before where you could build a plant, say a combustion turbine plant in 2 to 3 years, and now you're at 5 years to build something. Because how far ahead you have to order these things.
And Jack, how much contingency do you have to build into your projected price, either for a plant or just parts that you've described? It's hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact that I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to order a turbine today. Am I going to get a firm price today, or is that going to be something that's going to be in a range? Because I'm not going to get it for 3 years, right?
Yeah, you can get a firm price, but you have to put a good down payment.
I see.
For a unit, you do put contingency in a project and you can either be right or wrong on that. But
Just wondering what the price fluctuation does to your project from the time that you decide to do it until the time that you're ready to take delivery of whatever component that you're trying to build.
in this time period that we're in right now, it makes it extremely difficult to have to plan as early as you have to plan and try to get approvals. Once you start locking down those pieces of major equipment, that's a huge piece that you can do somewhat early. Those prices may be higher than what you had planned on, and you have to eat into your contingency to do that. But at least you can get certainty for those major pieces of equipment.
Is that certainty going to cost you 50% upfront or 25%?
The down payments are not that high.
Okay.
Then when you get to the point of having built it, it's hard to tell where's the labor market going to be at that point, because you can't really contract for labor
Until the time you're ready to.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, other than that, we at IMPA, we've made the preparations that we always make for the summer. We feel like we're ready for the summer. Fuel supply is adequate, and our units should be back available, especially when it starts to get really hot. Even though we've had a delay on a couple of those, we should be good to provide that reliable power supply to our members. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the OUCC? Okay. Jack, thank you very much for what you do for your customers throughout the state and communities throughout the state of Indiana, and for being ready to deliver service all summer long. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And I see the NIPSCO folks here in the audience, so you guys can exchange seats. Vince, you probably heard all of the instructions, so just bring the mic close to you. For those of that you will be answering questions or making presentations, just bring the mics close to you, and we're ready to go. The time is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioners, for providing an opportunity for us today. With me today, I have some new members for the team, so we let Orville stay back at home. We do have Vince Ransom here with me, who is responsible for our delivery and distribution system, Brian McCall, who's responsible for our generation, and then Carl Stanley, who you probably remember from prior years, who's responsible for supply and optimization. I'll be brief on this slide. This is an overview of our NIPSCO system. We serve we're a combo utility. We serve the top third of the state. Our natural gas is across the entire top of the state. Electricity is really concentrated in the northwest piece, but we also serve toward the east. We have a fairly diverse system of generation supply. We have 2 coal generation facilities, 3 units, 2 of those at Schaefer, 1 up at Michigan City. We also have 2 peakers at Schaefer that continue to operate. We do have 2 hydros, a fairly significant fleet of renewables, so both solar, wind, and some batteries. You can see there we operate a transmission system from 69 kV up to 765 kV. We have about 3,000 circuit miles and a little over 300,000 poles on our system. You can see we have about 3,100 employees, and we are headquartered up in Maryville, Indiana. And I'll turn it over to Vince.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince. Just to give you a little background, I've actually just joined NIPSCO. It's been a little over 90 days. So I just came on board with the company, glad to be here. Prior to that, I was Vice President of Gas Operations, both in Richmond, Virginia, and in the Virginia market, as well as in the Ohio market. And prior to that, I've had over 35 years of experience in the industry, working with Exelon and recently with ComEd in the Illinois state. So it's good to be here before you. as Vince mentioned, and as we talked about, summer preparation is very important to us. I'm passionate about it, not just from a system standpoint, but also making sure that our personnel are ready at a moment's notice when a storm event or some type of event comes in that can have an impact on our infrastructure. Some of the things that we've done in preparation for this year is to continue to monitor and partner with meteorologists and the service that we use, and really giving us a forward-thinking look on potential weather impacts over a 15-day period. Doing so allows us to monitor that system and to see the potential impacts that it may have within our service territory. We take that information and we typically apply it to historicals to look at what do we need to do to position ourselves around contract, internal resources, et cetera, to be prepared for those impacts. In addition to that, several things that we do when it comes to our personnel, we continue to perform very rigorous drills twice a year in summer prep, as well as preparing for any events. And this really helps us to redefine our processes, our procedures, and really ensure that individuals that have critical roles within our ICS structure are ready to execute on those and really become familiar with the checklists associated with those roles. Just to give you an example, just recently, as you're aware of, last week with Storm Tina. Very interesting storm because that storm did not give us a 15-day window. It came up all of a sudden. I recall Thursday evening looking at our system, and we had about 7:30 p.m., about 6,800 customers out. And then within an hour, we were up to about 77,000. Very impactful storm, winds of about 110 miles per hour. This necessitated us garnishing our internal resources, which was challenging because of the end of the evening on Thursday. But we immediately enacted our ICS structure. We brought in mutual assistance. First thing in the morning, started making calls, started reaching out to some of our associated close partners within the state. But we found that was challenging for them as well, as they were holding on their crews because of the impact of the same storm. But we were fortunate to partner or to complement our internal resources of about 200 with an additional 350 men and women to help us in our restoration efforts. Because of doing that, within the first 24 hours, we were able to restore 72% of our customers. Within 48 hours, another 90%, and within 72 hours, 99% of our customers were restored. But that wouldn't have taken place without the prep work that we perform, both from a system standpoint as well as with our personnel. A couple of things that we're doing from a system standpoint, we continue to provide accelerated completion of repairs on our changeover schemes, allowing us to have more flexibility in switching customers when necessary. And we continue to reprioritize veg trims, as we'll talk about later, in our problematic circuits that have experienced long durations in the past because of vegetation impacts.
And Vince, I think I'd mentioned with that, it's a later question in here, but with the TDISC investments we've been able to make, a lot of that switching was ultimately, we were capable of doing it, and within the first few hours got close to about 30,000 of those customers back on.
Correct. Yes.
So I'll turn it over to Brian for the next.
Nice to meet you. Brian McCall. I started the same day Vince did, about 90 days ago. Did 2 years in another NiSource location as Vice President of Gas Distribution. And before that, had about 30 years in generation, mostly with NextEra across all the different technologies that we have here. But I'll roll into my slide. Preparations for the summer for us, mostly high temperatures and wind issues. We've gone through our HVAC PMs almost on everything now. We're finishing up a little bit in solar. We've done hydroleasing of our condensers, fixing up of cooling towers, picking the water boxes, all the standard stuff to be ready in our maintenance outages for this summer run. And we're feeling very strong about that. So we do sweeps to the sites, stowing things away for the high winds, and then I'll speak specifically to renewables. They're designed to take the high winds. They're not really impacted much by the high temperatures and these temperature ranges, but The solar fields will auto stow at about 35 miles per hour, and the wind turbines will turn their vanes into the wind and shut themselves off at about 55. So
when the wind gust gets up to 100 miles an hour, they've already.
They've long since gone right into 90-degree angle into the wind. I wouldn't want to see a 100-mile-an-hour wind hitting a wind turbine. That would be horrible. So we are prepared for the summer weather.
Feather the prop. That's what happens, right?
Yes. They have pitching systems on each one of the blades that turn them in. That's how they control how much of the wind they're taking, even during normal operations. So this was our outage schedule for the fall. That 16B is a peaker. That was completed on schedule with no issues. Sugar Creek, our combined cycle, had a shortened outage. We pushed the longer outage into the fall, but that was completed on time with no issues. Unit 12 is Michigan City, our coal unit. That's a full boiler catalyst replacement, good-sized outage that should finish on June 5th. We see no issues in the schedule right now. I will note that Schaefer Unit 18 has a significant forced outage it's still in the middle of. It liberated a low-pressure steam turbine blade, which caused significant damage, and we had to replace blades within it and do bearing replacements. But we're looking at about June 14th on that right now. So abnormally dry conditions, Michigan City and Sugar Creek have no impacts in those situations. Our Schaefer site does take water off the Kankakee River, and extreme drought could cause us issues there. We have a backup we can go to in our final settling basin to withdraw water, but in recent memory, that has not been a problem. The hydros could have to be turned off in low flow conditions like this, but it's about 13 megawatt impact to the system. It's not much. They're typically running at like 2 megawatts. Renewables not really impacted by dry weather.
All right, so I'm going to speak about fuel availability. And as we head into the summer, we're well positioned with firm contracts for our coal. Transportation has improved from where it was 2 years ago, more reliable delivery of our supplies. So that's a big relief in terms of being able to manage any changes to the demand and how we can adjust to that particular situation. I did want to point out that we are planning on retiring Schaefer at the end of the year. We've put that in our IRPs actually since 2018, and we are managing those, the inventory level at Schaefer, and try to adjust with spot supplies to try to manage that down as we head into the closure of the facility. So I also want to mention that in terms of utilizing that generator interconnection facility that we already have, we are planning on matching that with dispatchable resources, gas and batteries. So we're recognizing that that's an important need for the system. So move to the next slide. From a gas perspective, we have a robust transmission system within NIPSCO that is interconnected with 7 pipelines. So we have plenty of alternatives in terms of how to fuel our peaking facilities that are at Schaefer Station. And then as you see on the map there, we have our Sugar Creek facility that's pointed out, the one that is in Terre Haute, sits on Midwestern Pipeline. We have firm transport on that pipeline and benefit of being able to supply from Chicago and from the south. So that gives us some pricing capability to optimize that particular transport.
And Carl, there's been some concern expressed, as the resource portfolios are changing and more and more gas is coming on, and obviously individual utilities are dealing with hyperscaling and data centers. Do you see any challenges on the horizon beyond just the summer forecast for gas supply?
Well, what I will say that I've seen is capacity is getting tighter. From a pipeline capacity perspective, we're noticing that availability is becoming less, just as more slack in the system has essentially been picked up. So I don't see that for the next couple of years. I think it's a concern that we will have to pay attention to. as we move forward in time. But currently, from a NIPSCO perspective, we're well supplied because we have those 7 pipelines that interconnect our system with flexibility.
Carl, to maybe piggyback off on that a little bit, is it, do you in 2 to 3 years, do you think it's going to be a pipeline issue or a supply issue or both?
I think it's a pipeline issue. I think we have plenty of supply. The markets have reflected that. We see additional LNG that's being exported, and yet the market is able to adjust to that additional supply pull. So, yeah, I think it's a pipeline capacity concern that we just haven't built that many new pipelines in the last couple of years. And, you know, with additional demand coming on the system, we likely will need some.
I'd like to go back to the Schaefer units. You may have been in the room when I asked this question earlier, regards to our current federal administration and their rollbacks of some of the EPA requirements for burning fossil fuel. Is that it may be too late for Unit 17 and 18, but what about 16 and Unit 12?
Yeah, Commissioner Bennett, a good question. I think that's probably right with 17 and 18 at Schaefer. The environmental items with respect to that unit specifically are more related to 2015 EPA rules, which we don't really see those kind of being in the discussion at this point, and the CCR related items. You know, Michigan City's right now in our IRP as a 2028 closure. We'll have an IRP in 2027. We'll continue to look at that unit, continue to look and see how these rules ultimately evolve to see if there's an impact there.
So why is it too late for Schaefer 17 and 18?
So really since our 2018 IRP, what we've seen is that Schaefer is a continued operating unit. Just the operating costs itself are significant, really not cost effective for our customers. The 2015 rules would require some significant investment with respect to the pond closures, and that would have to be done to continue to operate them. We've looked at the next just couple of years of operation, 2026 and 27, and we're talking hundreds of millions that we would need to invest, and the cost for customer associated with that is significant.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to resource adequacy. You know, a lot has been said obviously today about some of the challenges that we're experiencing, so I won't go into specifics because you've heard a lot. But I did want to mention one thing, and that is that we were more successful this year than we have been in past years in terms of securing bilateral capacity from a seasonal perspective, just picking up seasonal packages as opposed to annual. And that's really beneficial from being able to manage our seasonal exposure. So that's an encouraging development. I hope that continues to evolve and develop because it will certainly help us manage, you know, our resource adequacy needs. One other thing I wanted to mention about demand response programs, currently we don't have one for our retail customers. Vince may mention that in a little bit, but we do for our large industrials through our Rate 531 customers that they can utilize those LMRs, the load modifying resource, in their portfolio planning from a resource adequacy perspective. All right. And finally, just from a generation mix, I should say, we're well balanced. We have certainly, you can see the gas and coal that's stayed, you know, relatively stable over the last couple of years, but we have increased our solar and our wind resources from a renewable perspective. All right, I'll pass it back.
When it comes to our reliability, one key program is our vegetation management. And as we can attest to that, since 2016, our investment around veg management we have gained tremendous results. Through 2016 to 2019, we saw a year-end a little over 3,400 outages related to veg. In the period of 2020 and 2024, they were reduced to 2,800. That's because NIPSCO continues to work towards shortening our cycle length of tree trimming. We continue to leverage AI or data analytics. And what that has done for us recently is allowed us to create stronger work plans around veg management. It's allowed us to look at how we can reduce our costs, but also increase our efficiency in our veg management program and understanding how veg has an impact on certain outages that occur in our system. Just recently, we looked at some of our data as it relates to the storms of the spring. When we looked at Storm Sarah, we had a 54% tree-related outage impact. The recent storm last week, we saw that reduced by 10%, only 44% tree-related outages. So far to date, in our plan, we've completed 366 miles of veg management, and our plan is really targeted at 344. So we're in front of the target and anticipating meeting our commitment in that area. This is an area that we continue to ensure that we have resources that are local, that are supporting us in this effort. That's increasing our numbers of crews on property, not just to respond to Blue Sky Day veg outages, but also doing events as we experienced last week. We had a number of impacts from veg, but it was because of our having these resources readily available that we were able to respond and restore our customers in a very timely fashion. As I mentioned earlier, we continue to focus on problematic circuits in which veg has been historically an issue, and really addressing those and making those a priority as it has impacted those customers in the past with longer duration outages. And we'll move to our next slide. In our next slide, we're talking about how our TDIS impacts our reliability to date. Here, we continue to focus on grid modernization, really looking at the aging infrastructure. How do we have better visibility and control in our communications, in the health of our assets, as well as implementing, looking at our DA devices and how they have an impact or a positive impact on our reliability. These investments have really yielded some benefits. Just to highlight a few, in 2024, we saw a little over, at this time period in 2024, 3,300 events that had an impact of over 131,000 customers. This same time this year, we've only seen 3,000, which only had an impact of 105,000 customers. That excludes MED days, really yielding at about a little over 26,000 favorability and reduced outages or outages being seen by our customers. We continue to focus on pole replacements. This year, our target is to look at replacing over 1,500 poles in our system. This program continues to yield positive results. One of the challenges, though, when it comes to our TDIS program that we recognize is that as we have circuits that are being rebuilt or our infrastructure being enhanced with new technology, we do notice that we have our circuits that are tied up, so it impacts our redundancy. So that's why it's so important for us prior to a storm is to get those systems back in service so that we have them available during our wind or storm events. And I'll turn it over to Vince.
Forget the microphone button. So I'll take the next few slides together. Our customer bill projections, we are projecting our customer bills to be up a bit this summer. For the most part, it's going to be related to what we're projecting as higher fuel costs for our customers. We do have our average summer utilization at 767 kilowatt hours a month, which is lower than kind of the 1,000 kilowatt hour. Throughout the year, our customers tend to use about 668 kilowatt hours a month on average. So our customers, I think predominantly because of the combo utility nature of the utility, as well as I think the investments in the energy efficiency program, our customers do tend to use less, so that the bill impact because of that utilization is a little bit less through the summer than higher utilization averages. We do have multiple different programs. We do focus on payment plans throughout the summer as well as budget plan opportunities. We do have the home energy assessment program as well as a pretty vibrant energy efficiency program that help our customers reduce their bills. We have been seeing a trend up with respect to arrearages this year compared to last year. And we're proud of the team, just the amount of focus that is in the communities. For example, in April, we had over 600 hours of volunteer time from 100 people, 17 different events. We contribute through our foundation just under $1.7 million annually to our local communities through food banks and other activities, as well as in our current pending case, we've got about $1.5 million in shareholder dollars that we would ultimately provide to customers for bill payment assistance. So I think with that, there's some information in the appendix just related to what we're seeing on fuel costs, and we'll just turn it over for any additional questions.
I have two questions, and I've kind of teed it up to everybody. Obviously, you guys were in the room with the IMPA folks here just before, so it's the same question with respect to MISO. They had gone from potentially pricing dispatchable characteristics and ancillary services, and that's what the discussion was 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, to basically going to seasonal accreditation and capacity, taking care of sending appropriate price signals to get what they needed to manage their networks. If there were dispatchable and controllable characteristics priced in ancillary services, how would that benefit or not benefit NIPSCO customers?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chairman, and I'll probably turn it over to Carl here to give more detail, but yeah, I think there is a benefit to that. I think when we look at our 2024 numbers from an energy perspective, our customers benefit pretty significantly from a little bit over 35% or around 35% from renewables, but they also pay for the dispatchable generation that we have, and as we continue to invest in our system with a peaker and other assets, we'll continue to see dispatchable energy as part of our portfolio, and our customers pay for that, and certainly seeing the value of that characteristic, which is different. I think there's absolutely value there, but Carl, thoughts?
Yeah, and I'll add that even real time from a market perspective, what I've seen just in the last couple of months is our 16A and 16B peaker units have been called on in a little more, and in those particular hours that MISO was pointing to, which is, the ramp up and the ramp down. So from a dispatchability perspective, yeah, I think any signal that can be sent to the market that says these are worthwhile and will help the reliability of the system would certainly make a lot of sense. I'll echo what Kyle said a little bit ago. It's very hard to plan right now. Understanding MISO is trying to solve a model that is changing all the time.
Well, but I'm throwing another wild card in there. Just by asking the question too, I realize that, but
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't.
No. I was just saying that I think sending the right signals is very important in terms of what asset makes sense and what it can do for the system. So.
And then, if I might. On the economic development front, I've been asking everybody the same question, making sure that Indiana is properly positioned to take advantage of economic development opportunities, oftentimes relies substantially on infrastructure, gas, electric, water, wastewater, you name it. Are you, as a utility, getting the appropriate amount of interaction with local economic development authorities on making sure that you're in the room trying to help facilitate the discussions so that infrastructure hurdle is worked at an appropriate time frame?
Yeah, and thank you for that question too. I think yes, I think that is especially with our local, our regional and regional economic development groups. I think we've been, working well. There's a pretty strong interest in Northwest Indiana in particular for large load customers. That's something that really takes a lot of coordination. We've seen different levels of of local support for that, and certainly having the local economic development folks at the table and us being at the table early on is helpful with that. I think I heard maybe earlier Duke and Stan talk a bit about, just trying to discern between folks that are more speculating with respect to the market and those that are really have clear line of sight to land and local issues, and that coordination between us and the local economic development folks is really important, and I think is improving really well.
Commissioners? Bill or staff? Vince, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. What I heard was plenty of fuel to meet your obligation to serve your customers and hit your reserve margins. So you're ready for this summer.
We are.
And if I might add, because of all the bad weather too, please express on behalf of the commission here our thanks to working through some very difficult weather situations. The men and women who are actually doing system restoration don't often get thanked. They have our thanks because it can be a very dangerous job, but it's incredibly important to get those things done as quickly as possible. So many thanks.
Thank you for that, and thank you, commissioners.
We're going to roll right into Indiana, Michigan. And Steve, I don't know if you got a chance to see any of the stuff that we were doing before. It's just like all of the reliability hearings that we've had. It's very informal. You have to speak directly into the microphone so that the folks that are listening online can hear you, and so Commissioner Ziegner can hear you. I'm just kidding. He loves me. But we may wind up having bench questions during the presentation. Consumer Counselor Fine is over here along with Anthony Swinger, and technical staff may have questions as well, so I'll just turn it over to you for presentation purposes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that very much. I'm Steve Baker, and I am the President and Chief Operating Officer for Indiana Michigan Power Company, and I have some folks here with me today. We're going to tag team the presentation and do our best to try to answer questions. So to my immediate right is someone new to the organization, not new to AEP, but this is Jennifer Ellis, and Jennifer is our Vice President of Distribution Operations, and her first resource discussion, so we've been trying to break her in on that, getting her ready. And then Rob Beller. Rob is the manager of our fossil and hydro facilities. And then Kelly Furneaux at the end of the table here, who is our chief nuclear officer and operates the DC Cook plant. So we'll just get straight into the presentation if that works for you guys. Okay. So first of all, appreciate the opportunity to talk about our plans to meet our customers' needs and to fulfill our obligations in terms of capacity and load. One of our fundamental responsibilities as a utility company, something we take very seriously. So just starting on page 2, I think the question that is the most important today is, do we have the capacity and energy in place to meet our customers' obligations this summer? And the answer is a confident yes, we do have that in place. We'll talk more about that throughout the course of the presentation. We also want to talk about our response plans for both nuclear and fossil and hydro generation and the wire side of our business in the event that we have some challenges from an RTO perspective or some extreme temperatures or weather events. So we'll cover some of that briefly. And we'll talk about some of our communications related to weather. We had a chance to test some of those things out in the last several days in Indiana. And then we also have a slide that touches quickly on how we try to help our customers with billing issues and payment issues and the higher bills that customers receive during the hotter months of the year. All right, so I'm going to move forward to slide 3, and this is just a breakdown of our resources for Indiana Michigan Power Company. So our capacity obligation for the summer with PJM, we're in the PJM RTO. We're the only utility in the state of Indiana that is in the PJM RTO, is 3,800 megawatts. And so we've got the resources in place to cover that obligation from a capacity and energy standpoint. A little bit of detail about our breakdown of resources. Over 90% of the resources we have in place this summer to serve customers and meet that obligation are dispatchable. So DC Cook is an important part of that, and there are some numbers in the bottom right table that kind of outlines what these resources represent in terms of UCAP, Rockport Unit 1, and coal and natural gas contracts that we have in place to serve customers. So we also have some demand response accounts that are in place that represent about 200 megawatts. We've had a chance to exercise these demand response accounts in the last several years, and that has really worked well for us. And you can see a breakdown of just, again, the makeup of our generation portfolio in that bottom right table. So any questions on this slide? Okay. Moving on, this is a new slide that we've added in light of the large loads, the data center customers that we have under contract at I&M, and just wanted to talk a little bit about this. I'm sure this is a question or could be a question for folks because there's been a lot of public coverage of our contracts and the load growth that we're going to experience over the next several years for data centers. So I want to make sure that we're clear about the fact that we have resources in place to serve that incremental load associated with the large customers, mostly, over the course of the summer, and then we're in the process of working on this ramp schedule out to 2031 to make sure we have resources in place there as well, too. So any questions you guys have about the ramp schedule, large loads, and our ability to meet capacity obligations, we're happy to answer those. Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn things over to Rob Beller again. Rob manages our fossil and hydro facilities at I&M. So Rob, if you can take us through slide 5.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, commissioners. As we go into the summer, most of all, we are prepared at Rockport and the hydros for the summer. In essence, we have de-winterized the plant to get it ready for the summer run. That basically entails that we've removed all the plywood that was covering up all the openings. We've opened all the louvers, the dampers, making sure our cooling fans and everything are in good operational order. As far as the fuel supply is concerned, our target is 40 days. We're currently around 45 days of coal in the ground. We also work very closely with all of our deliveries from a consumable standpoint, and we do not anticipate any issues with that. We actually use anhydrous ammonia and activated carbon and sodium bicarbonate. We do not expect any issues with that whatsoever. And again, mentioning that all of our other resources, solar, wind, and hydro, will be ready for the summer. Obviously, our hydros are running the river, so we're kind of at the mercy of the amount of rainfall that we get throughout the summer. So any questions on that slide? Okay, thank you. We work very closely with our commercial operations group, which contains the meteorology group for AEP. And as we see either severe or extremely hot weather coming, we do start preparing weeks ahead of time. We review our procedures. We make sure that we double check all of our basically summarization places to make sure our fans are working and that we've got all of our equipment in the best working condition that we can. As we get several days closer to the projected hot or severe weather, we really start taking a look at our staffing and covering our standard procedures that we have. One of the things we're really focused on is heat stress. And every day in our job briefings, we cover the heat stress and other standard work policies too. As we get to the day of, we are making sure that we have proper staffing, and we typically will staff some of our departments which are not there on nights and weekends, that we will make sure we have coverage throughout those severe periods. So any questions on that slide or our preparation? Thank you.
For nuclear, we did have a spring outage on Unit 1. That is complete. Unit 1 is back up at 100% power, and we have an outage this fall for Unit 2. Will not impact our summer availability. For fuel supply, obviously each unit is fully refueled and available supply for the summer, but we do have adequate contracts out there until 2028, and we're working on the future contracts that ensure that we have that fuel supply.
I got to ask this question because
Sure.
I always get mixed up. How far is Palisades away from Bridgman?
It's about 30 miles.
30 miles.
Yep,
Thank
very
you.
close.
I know they just told us when Palisades is going to refire. Is it 27 when it will be operational? Or do you, I know you're not the right person to ask that, but
I know that I believe that their target was for the end of this year. I don't know if they will meet that or not, but I believe that was their target.
thank you.
Yes. And then about water supplies, so our biggest limiting factor is Lake Michigan, very large body of water. We have limits for how low lake level can get, and we're about 10 feet above that. We've never gotten to that low minimum. We also have limits on high temperature, and it's about 8 degrees that we've ever gotten close to that high temperature limit. So we have not seen any issues with Lake Michigan, and currently temperatures and levels are trending within their historical norm, so we expect no issues there. We do a lot of very similar things that Rockport does to get ready for summer readiness. We did certify that the plant is ready for summer today, that action completed. And we did do flushing of our main condenser water boxes to make sure that the heat exchanger got the highest capacity as possible so that we're gonna have the highest output this summer for our customers. And then we do have actions we take in case high temperatures or storms are coming our way to make sure we get fans out there to keep things cool, to make sure we don't have any loose debris that could impact our transmission lines. So all those actions are completed when we have those weather forecasts coming our way. Any questions for nuclear?
Remind me when your licensing expires.
Sure. Unit 1 is 2034 and Unit 2 is 2037 when they expire. We did just start the end of last year our application for subsequent license renewal. We expect it to take 2 years to write our application, and then it's typically 2 years for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to approve the application.
And I don't mean to preempt Commissioner Bennett, but he's asking a series of questions about what changes in Washington. Have you seen any big policy changes at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission on speeding up relicensing or handling issues that might, be involved in the integrated resource planning and decisions on relicensing?
For the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in particular, they did pass the ADVANCE Act last year, which the intent is to make them more efficient. And one of the things I mentioned, it typically takes 2 years to get that subsequent license application reviewed and approved. They are looking at narrowing that down to a year and 6 months. So looking at some efficiencies that way. As far as other changes with the potential changes coming with production tax credits and those types of things, we have to evaluate that to see. I don't see an impact to Cook, but we're going to have to look at that as a company to see what other impacts there are.
In the one big beautiful bill, the PTC for nuclear was removed.
The proposal
I know it's not a finished product at this point, but
I know the proposal that's out there has it tapering off quicker than it would have previously.
For existing, right?
For existing nuclear. It also, one of the things that's in there is that the tax credits are transferable. That was removed as well. Those are the changes that I'm aware of that were in that first draft.
Thank you.
So we're hoping that when this goes to the Senate, there's some restoration of the PTCs for both existing and for new nuclear, but yet to be seen.
Any other questions for me? Thank you.
All right. It is not only important that we have the capacity to serve customers, but also we have reliable wires in place to deliver that power to our customers. So on this slide, what you'll see is that our reliability trend has continued to improve. Currently, we, in 2024, finished our third year of our second 4-year tree trimming cycle. And we plan to continue on that cycle that produces reliability results for our customer. The other area of focus has been around technology and distribution automation, so that if outages occur, they recover and the grid will self-heal to the extent practicable. Any questions on this slide? All right, moving on. We do an awful lot of prep work. So we hold both tabletop exercises and drills for load shed events, as well as for winter and spring preparations for weather events. So we just finished that preparation and believe that you play like you practice. So these are a critical part of us being prepared for summer type events. As you lead up to the events, one of the things that we do is we start monitoring the weather. And we do that on a consistent basis, both with our internal meteorologist as well as monitoring National Weather Service and other sources of information for the weather. It is critical that we continue to monitor and adjust our resources as needed to make sure that we're prepared to respond if weather impacts our system. So that includes monitoring and moving resources that we have on property, workers, or asking for mutual assistance as needed to make sure that we can get the lights back on. So that we can make sure that we get the lights back on in the event that we are impacted by weather. Once the event hits, if we are impacted by a weather event or any event, we use Incident Command System, and what that does is it allows us to break down any large event into manageable sized chunks so we can efficiently put crews to work to make sure that we can get the lights back on. Any questions with regards to response?
Well, the one thing that we've talked about and worked with you guys on is communications, not just with customers, but also with the RTOs as well, because, and Steve identified this as a challenge area from his experience at SPP years ago. The engineers and some of the technicians, they know what to do during load shed activity, but sometimes it's not effectively communicated to the public as a whole. So hopefully in the preparedness thing, if there's anything that we can do at the commission to make sure there's continuity with emergency management folks at the local level, that they're getting the same level of communication when it comes to potentially a load shed type of activity that would take place. And then in the reality, it becomes even more critical that everybody's got the same information and data so that communication to the public as a whole would take place. But I just made a speech, and I'm sorry for that.
Appreciate that. I agree that the communication piece is absolutely critical for our customers.
All right, our last slide of the presentation before questions is really just how we're going to interact with our customers and our communities and try to help our customers save money, especially during the challenging, really warm and cold months of the year. Over on the bottom right, you can kind of track what our consumption and bills are for the average residential customer. Just like you would expect, when the temperatures are really high or really low, that's when we have high bills for customers. So we've got a lot of energy efficiency and demand response programs in place, and we communicate those to our customers all the time. We've got a pretty good subscription rate and participation rate there. And then we also have payment assistance programs. We're trying to help people make payments month to month and keep the power on. So we're very flexible about that in most cases. So any questions about this or any other slide we had today?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you referenced earlier that I have been asking in regards to the fossil fuel generating plants that our utilities own. Steve, I'm looking, I think, at your, I'm pretty sure it's your IRP from 2024 that was just dropped in March, and it talks about your Rockport plant closing 27, 28. Is that, am I looking at that correctly?
That's correct, Commissioner. Actually, the planned retirement date for Rockport Unit 1 and Unit 2 is no later than 12/31/28.
Is there anything going on in Washington now that could change that, considering that there are the Trump administration is rolling back some EPA rules and regulations?
That's a great question. We've spent an awful lot of time on that in the last several months, trying to be responsive to the impacts potentially of executive orders and just policy change around fossil generation at the federal level. So we haven't seen anything yet that's durable from a legal standpoint that would require us to take steps to extend Rockport, but we're watching that discussion, that debate very closely. We're trying to provide responses and information when we're asked about, some of the things it would take to extend Rockport. So, but at this time, short of some legislation or something that would have a more long-lasting impact besides executive orders or even emergency orders, we're still on a pathway and a schedule to retire Rockport by 12/31/28.
Steve, I should know this, but I can't remember, and I may not have read it yet. But what is causing that Rockport plant? I know it was built in 1984, according to this, so it's got some age on it. But why is it you're not able to keep it open past 27, 28?
Commissioner, there's really two prime drivers there. So on Rockport Unit 1, which is still regulated, Unit 2 is now fully merchant. But on Rockport Unit 1, we have a consent decree, federal consent decree. Lots of parties in other states, other agencies, lots of stakeholders in that original consent decree and the agreement that's in place there to retire. So that's number one. We have a legal obligation to retire Unit 1. And then just the economics. So the new EPA rules that were just put in place last year, we've done some analysis to determine if we are required to comply with those rules, we would spend billions of dollars to do that. So we've tried to determine, should those funds be spent on an older coal plant, or should we repurpose that property and our injection rights there on that property for other sources of generation that have a lower sort of liability in terms of environmental conditions and help make the state more competitive from an economic development standpoint. But it's those two things to answer your question. It's the consent decree and it's the potential cost of compliance with EPA rules.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to ask the PJM question simply because you're the only utility that's in PJM. And there's been a lot of very unusual activity at the RTO level with two directors not getting voted in, and I think 4 states are threatening to pull out, and we still have the injection rights issues. What can you tell us on PJM and how it affects you guys?
Well, there's a lot of questions in there.
I know it is, and it's way beyond just summer reliability too, but.
Well, to start with, we're watching what's happening at PJM very closely and trying to understand how that's going to impact our plans to serve our customers, especially with the significant increase in load that we're forecasting and we have under contract. So we're watching that closely. We haven't seen any changes recently that give us any concern about our ability to serve customers, but it's a fluid situation, so we'll keep a close watch on that. We're constantly trying to determine, what the capacity availability is going to be over time and make sure that we have a position in the market and we have resources locked down. So we've been working on that too, but yes, sir, there's a lot of changes and there's a lot of potential future impacts to how we would serve customers. And we're trying to make sure we're taking all that into account as we develop our year-over-year plan and prepare for the next auction in PJM coming up in July.
Well, we're obviously a vertically integrated state, and we value the accountability that comes with that vertical integration, and I know that creates a huge problem in a district or territory that has a lot of competitive forces here, but obviously our legislature is hugely concerned about making sure that we're taking care of ourselves. We have that 1520 bill that makes sure that we're doing our own thing, and that not just the short term, but over the long haul. And we appreciate that you're ready for this summer, and that you're looking over the horizon at all these variables, whether they're starting in Washington or they're starting at the RTO level.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from the bench? Thank you very much. And let's see, we have a break until 2:45, so 15-minute break. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We are back online. Well, wait a second. Are we online? Okay. All right, okay. Your PowerPoint presentation is coming up. So we're back online with AES Indiana, and I am simply going to turn it over to President Davis Handy. If you want to go ahead and introduce your team and/or just start the presentation, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you to talk about our plans to reliably serve our 530,000 AES Indiana customers as we gear towards our summer months. I first want to introduce the team that we have here today, starting with Patrick McGuire, who's to the right of me. Patrick leads our commercial team. Next to Patrick is Greg Ellis, who is from the generation side, and Greg has oversight for both our Harding Street and our Eagle Valley facility. And then to the right of Greg is Jessica Franklin on the T&D side. She's our Director of System Operations. And then at the end of the table is Angie Wyatt, who oversees customer operations, so that's both the front and back office of our customer service team. I really want to start here with our AES values. So at AES, how we work internally is really driven by our core values of safety first, highest standards, and all together. And the picture on this picture really just tells a small portion of the story of the hard work that our people at our Petersburg generating station have been doing. And so this picture was taken last month at a recognition event for all of our people at the facility, where we were celebrating 2 million hours worked without zero lost time injuries. So that's a significant milestone. And I also want to add, I think what makes it even more significant, as I know all of you are aware, are the significant amount of investments currently taking place at our facility in Pike County as we continue with our energy transition. And so knowing that our people continue to keep safety top of mind is something important, and I wanted to share with this room today. And also in terms of just celebrations and recognition, Jessica is going to share a little bit more about storm preparations and how we've seen the investments that we're making in the grid. We're realizing those benefits today. But I want to recognize the fact that, and especially on a day like today, where it feels like we swam in as we came into the building today, if we go back to last month on April 2nd, we had some significant storms, and that was throughout the state of Indiana, but specifically here in central Indiana and our AES Indiana service territory, we had more than 87,000 customers impacted. Significant damage from 80-mile-per-hour winds throughout our service territory. What I want to focus on is our people were able to put safety first and get all of those customers restored within 72 hours. And I bring that up because that was a significant milestone in terms of one of the best restoration efforts that we've seen with zero safety incidents in about a decade. And so really just wanted to highlight that for you today. Jessica is going to share more, a little bit more later about the investments that we're making and the amount of customers that never were impacted, and that's because those dollars are at work. And I'll end here with just a quick overview of who we are and where we are throughout the state of Indiana. And so AES Indiana, as I mentioned earlier, serves 530,000 customers. Our generation resources are comprised of natural gas, wind, and solar. We're also converting our last 2 remaining coal units in Pike County from coal to natural gas. That project is on track to be complete by December of 2026. And just recently, within the last 30 days, we have announced full operations of the Pike County BESS, which is the largest BESS project within MISO currently today. Additionally, just within the last week or so, we've acquired Crossvine from Lightsource BP, which will add an additional 85 megawatts of solar and 85 megawatts of battery storage. And with that, I want to go ahead and pass it over to Patrick, who's going to share more on the commercial side in terms of our preparation and how we are ready to serve the needs reliably of our customers as we enter the summer months.
All right. Thank you, Brandy. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to walk you through our capacity, energy, and fuel position heading into the summer. Long story short, if you look on the left, our firm capacity position is shored up. We have enough firm capacity to meet our peak plus reserve margin for the summer. We're forecasting a peak around 2,750 megawatts forecasting that to be in July. If you look at the chart on the right, you can see the range of historical peaks over the last 10 years. So most of the time we're peaking in July or August. Occasionally you'll see a June peak if you see some late heat or even some heat in September. I think 3 out of the last 20 years we've peaked in June, 2 out of the last 20 years in September. The rest, it's almost 50-50 chance of whether it's July or August. But we're forecasting a peak around 2750, which is kind of at the upper end of our 10-year range. We are seeing some growth in some of our sectors, kind of organic growth, pushing that peak a little higher. Going back to kind of our firm capacity accreditation position, we have met our obligation for the summer of our peak plus reserve of around 2,910 megawatts. 2,907 came from the majority of owned assets, owned or contracted assets, and 3 megawatts were purchased in the auction. Also added, just for context, some charts, some bars kind of at the top of what our total installed dispatchable capacity is relative to our peak, just over 3 gigawatts of dispatchable capacity. And then our total installed, which includes kind of the nameplate of all of our renewables, wind, solar, and all of our assets of over 3,600 megawatts. Obviously, when MISO goes through their accreditation, that gets lower. So kind of our net position is balanced. But as we looked ahead to, can we meet both our firm accredited capacity, which is kind of a probabilistic range, do we have enough resources to come to the summer? And we confidently can say that we do. As we head to the next slide, I wanted to show, that we kind of, a lot gets lost in averages and that we wanted to show what a typical peak summer day would look like, what we're forecasting for this summer. Again, we're looking at around a 2,750 megawatt peak for AES Indiana, kind of at the upper end of our 10-year range, but well within that. We typically peak around hour 16, 17, or 18, so it's coming around 5 p.m. As people are coming home, they're still, it's one of the hottest parts of the day. So as all of our assets, as we're operating them in MISO, we are offering them, we've cleared them in the auction, now we get to the day, we get to the peak week, we're offering all those units at cost into the day-ahead market in MISO. We're also bidding based on our hourly load forecast that for that next day. As we look to the right, what actually happens is MISO clears it for the day ahead, and then based on the real-time dispatch sets our set point. So as we look ahead to like what that peak summer day could look like with all of our units available, what we typically or what we're expecting to see are Eagle Valley and the Petersburg units basically running around the clock. You might see them back down overnight, depends on how much wind is in MISO. There's typically, across the peak days, there's not as much wind, so you'll see elevated off-peak prices as well. Our gas-fired steam units at Harding Street will stay on around the clock. They'll typically back down overnight as the temperatures are cooler, and then they'll ramp up during the day. And then we have our peaking resources of 400 to 500 megawatts that can turn on. They'll be committed and actually run somewhere between 2 and 5 hours. Again, this is just illustrative. There's a lot of variability day to day, week to week, depending on unit availability, market pricing, how much renewables are on the system. Typically in a summer day, though, it's going to be sunny. They're going to see a lot of solar production off of our assets and that. And then at the kind of the top, and also you'll see the charging, is we have Pike County BESS. It's a 200 megawatt, 800 megawatt hour, 4-hour battery. The beauty of battery storage, it's a 4-hour battery, but you can operate it as whatever duration you want. You're just limited by its inverter capacity, which is 200 megawatts, and the energy that's stored in it. So you can charge over a longer period of hours. You can discharge as long as it's 200 megawatts or less over a longer period of hours. So you can optimize that based on the needs of your system, based on the price signals you're seeing from MISO, and based on the capacity accreditation rules. Looking at our fuel supply for the summer, I'll kind of start with coal, and that we have more than sufficient coal. We have about 60 days of coal on the pile, a little bit elevated to what our target is, but we will see that start to burn down and decrease as we head out of the summer. And then as we start to see contracted coal start to roll off as we prepare for the conversion. Just last week, we issued an RFP to purchase more coal as we head into the fall and winter and kind of get us through the end as we approach converting our last unit on that.
Patrick, did you have any issues with that contract?
No, we just issued an RFP for more coal. So no issues in terms of being able to secure it. And we've been talking to suppliers and are very confident we'll have the supply. From a natural gas standpoint, I provided the map on the left, and you've seen some similar maps today, but we really have, very strategically located sites and really good access to interstate gas pipelines. As you kind of work north to south, we have Georgetown and Harding Street, which are in the Citizens balancing in the LDC, which provides tremendous benefit from a balancing as, they're peaking units, so they're not running around the clock always. The dispatch that we get from MISO may not run that way in the real time. So being able to balance that gas position is really critical. Our relationship with Citizens remains very good. We also have access to gas storage, which helps that balance and help fill that need across the peak days. For Harding Street, we have 2 oil-fueled units and 1 dual-fuel unit. And we have fuel on site, inventory on site, prepared for the summer. For the rest of the units, we have a lot of firm gas transportation. There's kind of 2 elements of gas. Can you get it to your plant when you need it? And that's the firm transportation. We have firm transportation on Panhandle, Trunkline, Midwestern, Texas Gas, and Rex to meet 100% of our burn this summer. As we move down kind of south, you see Petersburg sits right next to Midwestern Pipeline, and we have procured in anticipation of the conversion firm transportation on Midwestern for that unit on gas, which will be in the future. So more than enough gas. And then on the molecule, can you get it to your plant, but also can you find the molecules? Production remains very strong within the country. We have no problem as we've gone out and procured physical hedges for the summer. So no issue from actually the actual gas supply itself or the delivery. Looking at the MISO seasonal capacity construct, we continue to adapt along with the rest of the entities in MISO and MISO Zone 6. And as MISO evolves and adapts to the changing resource mix and changing rules within the market, we have seen a couple interesting things as we've seen the market start to evolve and open up in terms of we're seeing more transactions, appetite to be able to transact bilaterally by season and not just annually. We also were able to work with another Indiana entity and do a capacity swap. So, we were long in the winter and short in the spring. They were the flip of that, and we just swapped capacity. So there's more creative solutions, and I think as people get more comfortable with the rules, more comfortable with the depth of the market, and you start to see some patterns that emerge, you're starting to see more creativity and opportunities to help balance our position, which does nothing but help us, helps our customers. A couple of the things of just a lot of the uncertainty as we look forward into the direct loss of load is being able to, from a long-term planning perspective, there's a lot of uncertainty. It's not like we can say, here's our capacity position in 28, 29, 30, and beyond. We're having to do sensitivities and try to adjust to new information we get from MISO all the time as they're running it. So definitely an importance of sensitivities and scenarios as we move forward. And then lastly, as Greg will talk about, is we continue to have to adapt to the 31-day outage rule, and that sometimes it provides challenges in terms of when we might otherwise schedule an outage, but we have to play within the rules. So it's something that we actively work with Greg and his team in terms of planning outages when it's economically feasible. When MISO says has rules at which they're evaluating and when you can actually take an outage. So as long as we're working within those rules, we believe that we're still more than sufficient across the peak summer. And then lastly, as we look ahead to the summer, kind of at a macro level, the percent of our capacity and energy that we're expecting by fuel type. On the left is the percent of what we're expecting to generate this summer. We do have one of our coal units on outage into a portion of June. But as we head into the peak 2 months of July and August, we'll be around 38% coal, 57% gas, and the rest will be solar and wind. As we head into how that looks as a percent of installed capacity, you'll see that higher number for renewables, which also includes battery storage. It's just a bigger number. Storage is really a net load due to round trip efficiency. It's not a generator, so it won't show up at all on the left. And on the right, you'll see a balance of just under a third of our capacity of coal, 53% of gas. So well balanced. From a location, from a technology, and even within the fuel type, we have multiple different types of CTs, combined cycle, steam turbines, to provide reliability and price stability for the summer. With that, I'll pass it over to Greg.
Patrick?
Yes.
Could I ask you a couple quick questions? Who's your wind? What county or counties is that in up there in the northwest part of the state? Who's your wind?
I don't know the name of the county off the top of my head.
Benton?
It's Benton County.
Benton County.
Okay. Are there multiple, is that one big wind farm, or are there multiple different, maybe you don't know? The point in asking is, I know that one of the wind farms up there is at end of life. Where are you at in end of life with Hoosier Wind? As far as upgrading, whether it be in any.
Yeah, so it is multiple, to answer your first question. So Benton County, 10 years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And that's all I've got. No, in regards to the natural gas, do you see, are we going to have enough pipelines, or are we going to have enough gas, or are we going to have shortages of either or both? We heard earlier that there might be a pipeline issue. Natural gas is readily available, but the pipelines may not be in the future. What's your take on that?
So I can only speak to our plants, our situation, and that even, as we look to potentially, if we wanted to add more at our existing sites, you can get the firm transportation. We've been in discussions with the pipelines all the time. There's always things that they can do in terms of looping and adding compression. Today, they're looking at other expansion projects that we're in discussions with, or have had very high level, just say, what could this possibly look at? For what we're looking at, I don't see an issue with pipelines for where we're located.
Last question, the 31 days keeps coming up. It started coming up last year, it's coming up again this year. What's the sweet spot? Is it 40 days? Is it 35? Is it?
Greg wants to.
Yeah, I can answer that. The length of the outage varies significantly throughout the life cycle of a unit. So for example, Unit 7, a turbine valve outage, which is every 3 years, is right around 30 days. But the larger outages, such as an overhaul, which Eagle Valley, Petersburg will see in the coming years, can be 50-plus days. So it varies depending on where you're at in the maintenance cycle on the units.
And what are you penalized if you go over 20 days? What do you have an estimated cost on the penalty?
The cost if we run over the 30 days and a quarter.
For the capacity, you get hit on the capacity accreditation. It's almost cone per day.
What?
I believe it's around cone per day, so you get charged kind of the max, or your capacity accreditation, what you'll get will decrease. So it depends on the length and when you actually time the outage. But typically, if you're beyond that, the amount of firm capacity you can count will just be decreased.
So is there not a monetary way to calculate that, or not?
If you assign a value to that capacity, say you want to just use for almost, you could use the cost of new entry for capacity in MISO, call it $340 a megawatt day, times whatever that volume is, you decrease as a proxy. That could be higher, could be lower, depending on that.
I'm not up to speed on it, so I won't belabor it now, but I'm trying to figure out what the cost is.
Right.
If you're having an issue with it, it's hurting your bottom line. Is that an unfair? Is that an inaccurate?
I wouldn't say that's always necessarily true, and I don't think it's necessarily a bottom line thing. It's when we might otherwise choose to schedule an outage, is we might move it earlier so that it's not in, say, a peak month at all. Okay. Right. So it may or may not be monetary driven. It's really, we're talking about just cost to our customer that we're trying to optimize, with the risk of, say, early heat coming in June. All other things equal, we'd probably like to schedule an outage earlier. And I'll let Greg speak to some of the challenges there. There's also, as the fleet is managed, right, you can't overlap too many outages, and you have to stagger them. And so there are physical limitations to being able to pack all the outages into the mildest month, which is April or October.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass it over to Greg.
Thank you, Patrick. AES Indiana Generation Fleet utilizes our spring outages to prepare for the summer challenges. As Patrick discussed, the MISO construct has driven some changes in our outage schedule. What we've seen is kind of a lengthening of the outage schedule in order to better straddle these quarters. So for example, this year we started our outages late February, and our last outage will conclude on June 22nd. During these outages, we address any lingering reliability issues from our winter runs, and then prepare for this summer heat with cleaning heat exchangers, transformers, HVAC systems. Additionally, we prepare our people for the challenges of summer. We do our severe weather drills, review our emergency action plans for heat and weather, and get the entire facility ready. The next challenge we have is our thermal discharge limits. These are regulated by the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits, what we call our NPDES permits. So each facility has one of these. Eagle Valley and Petersburg were recently renewed with minimal impacts to operational availability. Harding Streets was renewed in January of 2024 and had potential for some significant impacts to our operations there. We're currently working with IDEM to mitigate these by proposing alternative thermal limits.
That issue's still over where you're measuring in the river, that kind of thing?
Yes, yeah, it's a thermal discharge into the river, correct. So as we approach severe weather, extreme heat, the generation fleet takes a variety of steps. The 2 months out there is really our outages. That's where we do our planning. We know kind of what's coming, get the units and people ready. As we approach forecasted severe events, we review our equipment lineups and ensure our backup equipment's ready, review our emergency action plans with our operators, and then prepare the control rooms and severe weather shelters. A couple days out, we'll again begin final preparations for severe weather and heat. And the day before, we'll schedule additional staffing as needed and prepare the rest of the facility. With that, I will hand it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Greg. So the scale for the T&D is just slightly different than generation. So you start to be able to get a little bit closer to the events before you have to do the extensive planning. I will say months in advance, if we know we have large projects that might take out a substation, transmission lines, we review that to try to make sure we're not doing it at a peak load time. When we start approaching the weather 7 days out, that's when we really start trying to reevaluate what outages we currently have on the system and seeing which ones we can recall or reroute due to the event coming in. Extreme heat, especially if we see consecutive days of heat, we approach that a little differently. 3 to 2 days out, that's when we start doing a lot of our internal planning with our staffing, our own call storm teams. We'll start having meetings to evaluate who's available for staffing. If we have contractors coming up on a weekend, we're going to make the choice to go ahead and let them know we don't want them to leave for the weekend. We want them to be available just in case it does storm. We do counts of crews to try to figure out that, whether or not we will have enough to staff for the event. And then about 1 day out, that's when we're going to start doing more of the broader calls with our teams to make sure everything has been confirmed. We do have material, we do have people, that we don't need to make any changes to the plan. And as Brandy had discussed earlier, we're really starting to see some of the benefits of the investments that we've made in our system. So with the Flizzr, these are the reclosers we have put out on our main line. This chunked our customers impacted potentially by isolating devices from 1,500 down to about 400 customers. And with the major event that we had April 2nd, that was a broad system impact, and the 87,000 customers that were impacted probably would have been well over 100,000 customers if we did not have this in place. So we're really starting to see, substantial numbers of customers that are not impacted by an outage. And particularly here, you can see since we've went live with Flizzr, we've seen 71 active events that have done self-healing and really isolated that down to a smaller amount of customers. Beyond that, if it only impacts these customers, some of them never even saw a momentary interruption, so they didn't even have to wait for the healing. And when you add that up, we've got over 200,000 customers who either had a momentary or no outage at all because of the investments we've made. And as all utilities have discussed, trees continue to be one of the leading causes of outages. We are starting to see a change in the ash borer and the ash trees coming down. So we are starting to see some of the other trees trending up higher. So we're hoping that we are nearing the end of that impact to our system. We've also made investments to change the way we're doing our tree trimming. So instead of allowing the overhang, we're cutting that back now. And as you can see here, we've got 42% that would have been branch failures. We hope that as we complete getting near that 5-year cycle, that we will see a reduction in that over time. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Angie.
Great. Thank you, Jessica, and good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to present today. In this slide, we're going to represent the forecast of the total monthly residential bills. And here we show that as we go into the summer months, considering the drivers like FAC, our customers can anticipate an increase of approximately $7 per month. And with that, we see AES Indiana will continue to be one of the most cost-effective providers in the state of Indiana. As we've previously shared, we went back into dunning mode in March of 2025 and had physical disconnects starting in April, on April 14th. And as we've monitored the arrears with accounts over 31 days in age, we've been able to identify that we see an increase of about 1,600 accounts more than the year before. So in the upper right corner, you can see we went from the 82,390 to the 83,988 accounts. And that is represented by that blue graph or the line on the top. The purple line indicates the number of installment plans. These are the number of plans that we implemented each month. And at the end of April, we have an accumulative number of 34,000 active installment plan agreements today. That represents 7% of our overall active accounts. And I should note that historically, we usually see around 20,000.
What's the average length of time of the installment plans that you guys are putting in place right now, or do you have an average?
I don't know the average. I know it would be between the 3, 6, 9, and 12. We can find that out, though.
I did want to add for those who might be listening or watching, when we say dunning process, it's just the process for which we disconnect customers. I just wanted to clarify that.
So when we look at this data, we are able to see that the percentage of accounts has remained fairly consistent, while we are seeing a significant increase in the number of accounts on installment plans. The rise in installment plans we attribute to the customer push that we did in December, where we reached out proactively to customers in arrears.
And are you still working with citizens on combined efforts for outreach?
Yes, we are. And on the next slide, we're just showing here how we're continuing to support our customers. We support our customers in a number of various ways. For example, in billing and payment assistance, the options like those installment plans where customers can manage their past due balance in either 3, 6, 9, or 12-month plans. Or in the energy efficiency programs, we help customers manage energy usage, such as the home energy assessments and income qualified weatherization. That plan provides customers with a free virtual home assessment focusing on energy efficiency and the elements of a home that really drive energy usage. Income qualified customers can receive an in-person assessment and may be even eligible for weatherization updates and upgrades like air and duct sealing and attic insulation, and that's at no cost. We also offer customer support through various channels. We're now including community office hours. And in the past 2 months, we've held 5 events across our territory. And in those, we engaged over 700 customers, sharing information about the resources available to them, as well as setting them up on plans at those events. And that was a recommendation from you all. And the last slide here is just a representation of how we're communicating with our customers. We are committed to keeping our customers engaged and informed, and that's through the various channels, including social, direct messages, both email and U.S. mail, bill inserts, newsletters, press releases, and then additionally the new community office hours that's allowed us to extend our reach to our customers with in-person support across the territory.
And I will just jump in before Q&A and say AES Indiana is ready to reliably serve our customers in the summer months. And as I think that we've displayed and talked about some of the proactive approaches that we're taking, I also think you mentioned, Chairman, our partnership with citizens. I think it takes those sorts of partnerships and new thinking to really address the needs and concerns that we've always had, but also some of the new concerns that we see across our industry. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and we're ready for any questions you may have.
I've got two questions, and I've asked it of all the utilities. We had MISO in here first thing this morning, and they had about 4 or 5 years ago started the process of potentially pricing dispatchable and controllable attributes in their ancillary services market, and did many activities along those lines. I asked them in this kind of forum continuously about updates on that, and they seem to have gone away from that in preference to what they've achieved through seasonal accreditation and maybe through the capacity construct as well. But for your portfolio, if dispatchable and controllable characteristics were priced in ancillary services, how would that impact AES Indiana customers?
Yeah, I will let Patrick answer this question, but I will say, and I think Patrick kind of hit on some of these points earlier in our presentation, is our portfolio is very diverse. And so as I think about the technologies, the fuels, the locations, the access to even those pipelines, to the extent that we can utilize that value for the good of our customers, we will. And I think that our portfolio lends itself well to that additional value.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. It's a great question. I think with Pike County, and then we have Pete Energy Center. Pike County's 200 megawatts. Pete Energy Center's another 45, a 4-hour, and then Crossvine's 85. We'll have 330 megawatts of battery storage. The way we modeled that as we approached like the CPCNs and that was really looking at it primarily from a capacity and a little bit of energy arbitrage. So to the extent, and it made sense for customers. And so to the extent there's other additional revenue streams that we could use, and these resources are incredibly flexible, and we're learning more about it kind of every day. To the extent there are additional revenue streams, we can unlock that for customers and just provide more value. So we're certainly following multiple MISO stakeholder processes to see if something like that emerges.
Thank you very much. And then just one other question we've been asking all the other utilities as well on the economic development front, ongoing emphasis on making sure that Indiana is prepared to meet the economic development opportunities of the future. Just curious, President Davis-Handy, if you could tell us what your sense is with the level of communication, state, regional, local, and your utility. Are you guys in the room with prospects to make sure that you're prepared to help address economic development of existing companies and new companies coming to Indiana?
Yeah, I believe that there's a lot of great momentum as it relates to economic development and how we engage with partners across the state. I think it was this time last year where I think you asked a similar question. At that time, I think my response was there's a lot of activity happening, and we weren't necessarily at the table in the very beginning where we needed to be. We've had really great introductory conversations with the new team at IEDC. There are also representatives from the energy side there, from the state, and I think that that's a really great start. Outside of kind of the state economic development focus, I'm seeing real momentum here in Central Indiana. And so I'm a founding board member of the new Indianapolis Economic Development, Inc., which is really focused on how we continue to grow Indianapolis in the right ways. And that entity is working closely with regional arms, with state arms. And so, a lot has changed in a year, but I'm feeling really good about where we are today.
Other commissioner questions? Okay, Counselor Fine.
This is my first question of the day, and it's not a reliability question. But you folks did bring up the idea of your payment plans. I was just wondering, do you keep a metric as to how many of these are successfully settled? How often people just have a chronic balance? Or at some point, do you say you have not been able to settle the account and we're going to disconnect you anyway?
We do, and if I skip some things, Angie, jump in. Actually, I'm now getting truly, we have it daily, but weekly report. We're really trying to dig into the trends because while we've spent a lot of time the last couple of months discussing the fact that we have the availability of these installment agreements from 3 months to 12 months, the reality is we don't want our customers stuck in a loop where they have a 12-month payment plan. So if we can get in front of them early and often, work with them, especially as we head into the summer months and knowing that bills will increase. One of the metrics that we're looking at is for those that get on an installment agreement, what percentage of customers are breaking them? And so I would say within the, and we're only, I think, just 2 months, 3 months into the disconnection. So I think that that's going to be key because we don't want them to break them because that's just going to continue the cycle. Also paying more attention to those customers that are on the, let's say, a 12-month agreement and arrears that are, double, triple of what you would normally hold. That is my biggest concern, and that's the area that I'm paying the closest attention to. Again, we don't want our customers to be stuck in a cycle where they feel like they can never catch up, and that is taking a different effort of communications from us. So Angie talked about our community office hours. That approach isn't just so that we can get in front of customers and say, hey, we have these installment agreements. We need to better understand what is happening with our customers, and we've got to be flexible. We may have to do some things differently as we think through the future, as we continue to focus and see the trends of what's happening. Angie, any additional metrics that you want to mention or call out?
I'm not tracking that one specifically yet, but we, like Brandy said, we are getting that data now on the daily, weekly basis, and I think that is I know that historically, I believe, I'm going to have to validate the number. I know we've had it historically, and I thought it was 48% are successful. But I want to see what we're doing now because like Brandy said, the amounts, while we shared that the amount of customers that are 31 and over are very similar historically, the amounts are much greater. So to Brandy's point, I think we're going to see that trend increase of people that are failing. But I do want to comment too that we do offer the ability to reinstall that plan. So you can have 2 plans in a rolling 12. So if somebody does slip and miss and fall off of that installment plan, we'll work with them to reinstall that for them. So to Brandy's point, we want them to keep trying to get their account balance down, and we'll do what it takes to work with them. And I think we will have to get creative as we learn more about the trends that we're seeing this time around because it is unique.
And because we just resumed in April, I think that we're really going to need probably 1 or 2 months more of data to truly understand the magnitude and what we need to do differently to be there for our customers.
Thank you very much, and we're glad to hear that you're ready for this summer.
Thank you.
I think the CenterPoint folks are in the room, so take your time exchanging seats. Shane, and I'm just going to turn it over to you. And okay, terrific. Whenever you're ready, Taylor, then the floor is yours. And since you are the last utility of the day, you can actually get an extra 5 minutes if you need it.
Well, thank you. Pull this up closer. Good afternoon, Chairman Houston, Commissioner, staff, and the OUCC. My name is Taylor Hollenbeck, and I serve as the Regulatory Affairs Manager for CenterPoint Energy. Today, I have the privilege of introducing CenterPoint Energy's Vice President of Indiana Electric, Shane Bradford, Director of Indiana Electric High Voltage Operations, Amy Foles, and our Director of Communications, Alicia Ashodi. Before we begin, we'd like to highlight that CenterPoint Energy is 1, prepared to meet our customers' needs this summer season, 2, equipped to maintain reliability in extraordinary circumstances, and 3, we prioritize our customer support and outreach efforts. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Shane, who will review our generation resources.
Thank you, Taylor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I know we are the last ones for the day, and I know we have an extra 5 minutes, but we'll still try to be concise. But please feel free to ask any questions that you may have. To start, just an overview of CEI South's electric service territory, highlighting the counties we serve, along with the infrastructure that supports our electric generation and delivery. This includes our generation facilities, our transmission lines, and our distribution networks to provide reliable service to approximately 150,000 customers. To focus on generation first, here's an updated transition timeline. A few things have changed since we last discussed it. For 2025, we do still plan to retire our Cully Unit 2 coal-fired plant at the end of this year. Our generation additions in 2025 include 2 230-megawatt gas-fired combustion turbines, which are on track to be operational this summer. Specifically, one CT is expected to be in service by the end of May, while the second CT in-service date has been delayed to the end of August due to the main transformer manufacturing issue. It's actually being reassembled right now, and hopefully factory acceptance tests will be next week and be shipping to us in early June.
Shane, where is it right now?
Mexico. Also, our 191 megawatt solar Posey Solar facility is slated to be operational by the end of May, and we've recently submitted a CPCN for the 170 megawatt Salt Creek Wind PPA. For 2026, the Galesburg 147 megawatt wind and the Wheatland 150 megawatt solar PPAs remain on schedule to be in service by mid-year. Moving to 2027, we have finally got the MISO DPP3 interconnection cost estimates, so we have re-engaged the BTA negotiations for the 200 megawatt wind project. Lastly, for the projects we have removed from our timeline, we have removed the Cully Unit 3 coal to gas conversion by 2027, as we are currently reassessing this in our integrated resource planning process. Also, we had 2 solar PPAs previously shown in 2028, the 100 megawatt Rustic Hills solar project and the 185 megawatt Vermilion Rise solar project. Both of these PPAs were recently terminated due to cost increases that became uneconomical for our customers. If no questions, we'll move on to the next slide. This is just a highlight of our current generation fleet, including the projects we will have in service this year. The summary also illustrates the percentage of resource by type, renewable and thermal. As you can see, we're still pretty highly dependent on dispatchable generation compared to renewables. We did lump in the 1 megawatt battery storage into the renewables as it is de minimis right now. For the summer season capacity, CEI South has met MISO's summer planning reserve margin requirement. The slide currently illustrates our accredited capacity as well as capacity secured through bilateral agreements as well as the MISO PRA. And also, the demand response shown up there for 14 megawatts is also included in there for reliability planning, just providing the additional capacity during our peak periods. This is just an overview of the entire MISO planning year 25-26. An observation, you had asked the question, what are we seeing with the seasonal construct versus the annual construct? One of the approaches we see is, with the seasonal, you have a variation between seasons on the MISO PRMR. And instead of relying on the summer capacity peak in the summer season for the annual construct. So it gives you a little bit of flexibility on how you plan your capacity resources. And I will say, similar to AES, we have seen some flexibility in how we are working with other utilities. We also did a swap with another utility between seasons this MISO planning year. For generation summer preparedness, CEI South has taken proactive steps to ensure generation reliability. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but we did perform outage-related preventive maintenance and address known issues during a recent forced outage we had to prepare for the summer. So we took advantage of our forced outage instead of taking a maintenance outage on top of that. And to answer your questions related to scheduling outages, we have not experienced any scheduling issues related to outages from the MISO seasonal construct. You can proactively try to schedule across the seasons. And if you have to schedule into the season, you just won't account for that accredited capacity for that season, and you'll have to look for replacement capacity. Or if you have enough capacity already, then you're covered. And as far as extreme weather conditions, historically, our generation resources have not seen or been impacted by abnormally hot or dry conditions. For fuel supply, we currently hold enough coal inventory for approximately 90 days of operation to mitigate supply disruptions. Our target is usually 60 days, plus or minus 30 days, but because of our forced outage we had earlier in the year, our inventory has risen. Our gas-fired units are supported by firm pipeline capacity and gas on-system storage that meets our operational needs. So we have enough gas and coal to supply our generation dispatchable units for the summer. And we're going to jump around a little bit because I'm going to finish up here with my presentation, but just on the bill trends. As you can see right here, we have the customer electric bill for May being $161 for the 799 kWh and $198 for 1,000. As our generation resources come online this summer, meaning the CTs 5, 6, and Posey Solar, we will see increases as those are placed into service. For customer bill support, we have seen an increase in arrearages over the past several years. However, only approximately 2% of our customers are utilizing our payment arrangements right now. We hope to see an increase in the various assistance programs we're offering, including the continuation of flexible payment arrangements, a new customer assistance fund to be launched in the beginning of this summer, which partners with the Salvation Army to provide eligible customers for assistance, and in collaboration with the City of Evansville, the upcoming service fairs, which will provide customers with direct access to our customer representatives for assistance, as well as local assistance agencies for support.
Can you elaborate on what that's going to be, Shane, or how that?
Is
the customer service fair? You're partnering with the City of Evansville to do that? What does that look like?
Yeah, so the events are just like opportunities for customers to come in and talk to our customer service agents or, with local support agencies so they have actual person-to-person contact to walk through their bill issues that they have.
Is it at your offices or is it at a city facility or?
Yeah, that's the collaboration with the city. We're looking at maybe holding one at the Newsom Community Center within the city, and so there may possible service fairs across the city scheduled. But we're currently coordinating, scheduling those events with the city right now.
And how do you promote those?
We will promote those probably through our various communication channels that Alicia will cover here shortly. That ends my portion of the presentation. I will now turn it over to Amy unless there's other questions.
We'll have more later.
All right, good afternoon. So I'll be covering the transmission and distribution section of our presentation today. CEI South is committed to customer reliability. On this slide, you'll see several of our notable reliability initiatives. So we have listed here our 10-year cycle wood pole inspection program, our SEMI program, worst performing circuits, vegetation management, distribution and automation, and proactive replacement of our underground cable. And at the end here, we have our TDSIC 2.0. project, so our program. On the next slides, I am going to go into a little bit more detail on just a few of these. So on this slide is our TDSIC improvements. One of the questions that was submitted from the IURC to the IOUs was, how do you measure your success with your TDSIC investments? This is one way that we do that. So if you look at the y-axis, that's showing minutes of SAIDI, and then you look at the x-axis at the bottom, those are years. So this is demonstrating, we've had our TDSIC program since 2017. We're starting TDSIC 2.0 now. So you can see that our investments are making a significant difference. We have approximately a 59 reduction in equipment outages from 2018 through 2024. On this slide, we're looking at customers experiencing multiple interruptions. Again, one of our reliability initiatives. So we call this our SIMI program. And our SIMI program focuses on improving reliability for customers who experience multiple outages. So the traditional reliability metrics that we look at and that everybody is familiar with is SAIDI and SAIFI. Those are more system-wide metrics that don't look at it from a specific customer standpoint. So this program identifies our worst served customers and helps us target specific infrastructure improvements to enhance overall customer satisfaction. We review our SIMI data on a daily basis and then use that data to create actionable plans for circuit sections that are not performing well. This includes action plans for vegetation management, wildlife protection, and equipment replacement, just to name a few of those. So this line chart, we're showing the percentage of customers with 4 or more outages per year. So that's SIMI 4+. We ramped up our SIMI program at the end of 2023. And in our first full year, we reduced our customers experiencing 4 or more outages by 55%. So it's showing a lot of great success. This slide just demonstrates some of our summer preparedness activities on the T&D side. So on the distribution side, our distribution group inspects capacitor banks, performing a visual inspection, looking for any abnormalities. And then both the transmission and distribution are looking at any planned outages that we have and ensuring that we have them back in service for maximum redundancy. And then for substation, we complete our inspection work orders, gather load data during the peak months, and all of these items are included in standing work orders prior to the summer months. Vegetation management, this is always a big topic for all of the utilities. Our focus is on maintaining a consistent 5-year proactive trim cycle for our distribution circuits. That established trim cycle, of course, is just to ensure the maintenance between or clearance between our power lines and tree limbs within our easement and right-of-way. In addition to that proactive trim cycle, we use SIMI data and our worst performing circuit data to determine supplemental inspections and hotspot trimming needs. So those additional programs that we've implemented have been effective in reducing outages and customer interruptions. Some example of data for that, from 2023 to 2024, we saw a reduction of 8% in the number of customer interruptions due to vegetation-related outages. On the transmission side, we perform an annual survey and identify areas of concern. This is a combination of both aerial and ground controls, just depending on where the transmission lines are. And then we prioritize areas of concern and address them as soon as possible.
I've got a kind of a dumb veg management question.
Sure.
You guys obviously had some very difficult icing conditions this past winter. Did that create additional problems with veg management as the spring has unfolded?
It does. I have no data to be able to display that, but just a safety share this morning on one of my phone calls is talking about the limbs that are dangling in the trees. So what we did proactively after our storm that we had back in January, go through and do extensive patrolling of our system just to make sure that we were not missing anything. It was a very devastating storm, so we did a lot of cleanup efforts afterwards, but our trees are damaged in our area. Yes. We're continuing to monitor the impact of vegetation management program enhancements every year, just to make sure that we're continuing to improve. We're currently evaluating opportunities to optimize vegetation management practices and minimize customer outages through technology advancements to enhance trimming cycles like satellite imaging and reviewing the formalization of a danger tree program. This slide showcases our timeline for weather-related events. You've seen this slide before. We do prepare on a regular basis for emergency weather conditions through annual drills, the standing work orders, ensuring system redundancy, maintaining equipment inventory, specifically for storm restoration efforts. So anytime that we go through a storm, we're making sure that we're continuing to get those materials prepared for the next storm that's coming around. So we are in a constant state of readiness. The timeline for weather-related events is continuous. Monitoring is constant. We do it through multiple means, but the distribution team is the one that truly holds the ultimate responsibility to make sure that we're recognizing the weather that's coming through. We've got an internal meteorologist that we're able to keep in contact with on a regular basis, daily sending emails, updates on weather in our area, as well as StormGeo and NOAA. So once we hit a certain threshold and the weather is looking dire, those emails will be shared with a specific distribution list that has responsibilities for emergency response. And what that does is that ensures that they begin their preparation activities. So they're starting to get ready. And then once the weather continues to ramp up, we're constantly in contact with that meteorologist or StormGeo, looking at the NOAA data, seeing what it's looking like, and we will initiate our response team. So we're doing really well, making sure that we're staging folks before a storm. We want to make sure that we have crews available for us when the storm comes by, just so we can respond to it quickly afterwards. And that escalation with our incident command structure is where that determination is made. Then we execute our plan. So we communicate and we monitor the system status until restoration efforts have concluded. Once the restoration activities have concluded, we will follow up afterwards, just like I mentioned earlier with the ice storm. There might be patrols, other activities that we need to do just to make sure that there wasn't anything missing on the system that needed to be fixed. And then we also perform an after-action review. Yes.
As part of that after-action review this winter with the ice storm, there at least initially was some confusion with local EMS, the Red Cross. Has that subsequently been resolved with local folks?
Do you recall the details around that?
I know we've met with them. I don't know if it's been resolved yet, but we'll get you that answer.
It was more of a communication, miscommunication is the way I understood it, and that's all I was asking, is if you had worked it out with them. As a part of that ongoing preparedness, you know, EMS working with Red Cross, working with the utility is kind of a natural cycle of people that need to talk to each other, and that's all I was asking, is if you guys had worked that out afterward.
I know we've had follow-up communication, but and I assume it would be, but we'll get you that answer for sure.
And this is my final slide. This is just an example timeline for weather-related events. So this was the storm that AES just mentioned back in April of this year, so April 2nd. So that showcases the monitoring piece where we were, 7 days out. We're monitoring the weather every single day. Prior to that, we've got all of our drills and processes that we're reviewing. But this is how the communication unfolded, how we prepared for the event, and it led to a successful restoration. So we were able to restore 98% of our customers within 48 hours. So I just want to make sure that I take a moment to thank our teams, thank our contractors, thank the mutual assistance crews that came on site to make that effort successful. And with that, I will turn it over to Alicia to talk through customer experience.
Thanks, Amy. So Amy just covered our timeline for weather-related events, and so I wanted to spend just a little bit of time talking about our communications approach before, during, and after major storm events. Our goal is to proactively communicate with our customers and the public while utilizing a variety of channels. We understand that our customers don't all receive their information the same way, so we, through the collaborative efforts of our comms, marketing, and customer teams, take an all-of-the-above approach when we are trying to deploying our messaging. In the event of forecasted severe weather, we want our customers, other external stakeholders, and partners to know that CenterPoint is prepared, we have a plan, and we're executing on that plan. Our proactive messaging begins ahead of the event with messages deployed through traditional media, social media, digital platforms such as our website, customer email, and also paid ads through media and digital platforms such as radio. Essential to this approach is our outreach and information sharing with our local, state, and regulatory stakeholders. During restoration, we align our updates with the media cycles so that the latest information is reaching those who are able to tune in, but also for those who cannot. That's why we utilize such channels as radio to deploy those ads before the weather's incoming, during, and after to share that critical information. I want to give a shout out to our communications team, as through social media we're putting a lot of content out on that channel through our various accounts, and the team records, when it's safe to do so, real in-the-field updates that we also use just so we can illustrate to our customers the way in which we are assessing the damage, getting out to restore, and really help them understand the restoration process. I wanted to also touch on a few of our customer tools that are available to our customers as we're restoring. That includes our newly launched Outage Tracker. So that is a new mobile app, mobile-friendly app that we launched in April. It's cloud-based and auto-scalable, so it will be able to respond to as much traffic that is hitting the site at any time. So we're really excited about our new tool and the new look to our outage map. The tool also features zip code and county level outage information, features a weather overlay, and is accessible in both English and Spanish. Other tools are our Power Alert service, so customers can receive that restoration information via text, phone, and email updates, and also not just for their own service, but for, say, family members that they want to make sure and also track outage information for as well. We also recently launched our dedicated storm preparedness page, Action Center. So just again, another channel on our website on cmp.com where during a major storm event, we'll be putting our restoration updates. We have helpful safety information and other resources for our customers during that event. Now I'll talk just a bit about our energy efficiency programs. First, how they support our reliability planning. We offer demand-side management resources, specifically targeting summer peak demand. Our summer cycler program, which is no longer open to new customers, but still in use, allows that switch-based technology to cycle customers' air conditioners and water heaters during peak demand. The program runs through June through August, and customers receive a monthly credit of $5 a month. We're continuing to transition our summer cycler program to utilize smart thermostats, as it allows for more demand response potential. Smart Cycle is the program we're using to transition, which allows us to switch from that switch device to installing a smart thermostat for customers, and then the customers can enroll in the program. If a customer already owns a smart thermostat or wishes to purchase one, they can enroll in the program and then use our Bring Your Own Thermostat program to participate. For that Smart Cycle program, customers receive a $7.50 monthly credit from March through November. Both of these programs allow CenterPoint to pre-cool homes, and during an event, the thermostat temperature is adjusted up 4 degrees from the original set point and returns down to that original set point after the event is finished. I'll touch on just a few of our energy efficiency programs that are available to our customers. And these programs help our customers either lower their bill through those mentioned bill credits, receive no-cost energy efficiency weatherization measures, or they can receive discounted measures either online or through participating retailers at point of purchase. Our home energy assessment program is offered to all CenterPoint customers with additional opportunities for home energy efficiency projects at no additional charge for income-qualified customers up to 200% of the federal poverty level. The previously mentioned Smart Cycle program allows those customers to receive a one-time $75 bill credit in addition to those ongoing monthly credits by enrolling in that program. And then our online energy efficiency store and in-store discounts offer many measures to help customers lower their energy usage by purchasing energy-efficient products online or through participating retailers such as Lowe's or Home Depot. My last couple slides, I just wanted to share a few more examples of our proactive communication that we utilize to illustrate CenterPoint's efforts, whether that be storm preparedness and response, our energy efficiency, community support, or economic growth. So I've got some examples here of our quarterly customer email that highlights programs and services, digital ads for energy efficiency, as well as during a major weather event, an example of emails we would send, and I did also mention the use of our radio ads. And then to finish up here, just again a slide showing some examples of how we leverage on-bill communication to share this important information with our customers as well. That concludes my section. Open up to Q&A.
Well, I'm going to fire off a question. You've probably heard it because you guys were in the audience about the MISO potentially price and dispatchability and controllability attributes and ancillary services. With your portfolio and as your portfolio shifts more toward combustion turbines, how would that impact you guys and your customers?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chairman. I think it's a benefit for our customers if we move towards that because as we showed, we are still highly favorable on the dispatchable side. So it does take advantage of showing your reliability towards that generation. And so it should be creating a revenue stream that could be beneficial for our customers.
And then my other question before I turn it over to the other commissioners, it was on the economic development front. Obviously, everybody's very concerned about advancing the best foot forward for state's economic development. You guys have one of the best areas of the states in southwest Indiana, but it's a pocket city for a reason. And just want to make sure that you're working with communities. Are you getting the kind of contact that you need with economic development prospects that are looking at the state and working with them on how to facilitate the utility side of the equation to make things happen?
Yes, and I agree. It is one of the best areas of the state. Thank you.
It is.
But our team has recently met with the IEDC, and so we're engaged with them right now and hopefully looking forward to working with them for additional growth for our Southwest Indiana area. We do have some, speculative load conversations going on right now, and we have involved EREP as well with, Evansville Regional Economic Partnership there. And so, if anything starts to materialize, we'll definitely want to get the local and state agencies involved with our discussions.
Do you feel that the lines of communication are working as they should be?
I think based on what Mike has told me before, that it has changed, and now that we've recently met with them, we look forward to having some more engaging conversations.
Thank you for being the last today. But I will just say this, the reliability forums, both in the wintertime and the summertime, are incredibly important for this commission to hear firsthand as plans unfold. And I know it's a part of your obligation to serve customers, to meet peak demand plus a reserve margin, and to do those things necessary to retain the franchise and to serve customers. But it's also important for us to hear of emerging issues and what kinds of challenges that you're facing as well, and have available the OUCC and on the consumer side of the equation as well. So we very much appreciate hearing from you today. Best of everything for the summer months, and I think that's it for us today. We're adjourned.
Thank you.